Everybody got an opinion. Everybody got a narrative. When the lies get loud, the truth gotta stand firm. This ain't outrage, this ain't clickbait. This is a responsibility. Truth over lies. Yeah.
Truth over lies.
Yeah.
Truth over lies. Yeah, we stand on code.
Yeah.
Black roots deep. Yeah, we 10 toes bold.
Saves the confusion, we restore the soul.
Yeah.
If it don't build a family, we let it go. Truth over lies. Say it slow, say it clear. No fear in our voice, no puppets here.
Yeah.
Gavin X Mr. Walker sincere. We don't chase comfort, we deliver what's real.
Yeah.
They divide us by agenda, politics and pain. Call it progress while the structure stay the same. Every protest televised, trauma retold, but nobody talk marriage, legacy or goals. They profit off broken homes and rage. Keep black men single, keep women in a cage. We say nation building start in a house. Strong father, strong mother, we call that balance. FBA foundation, history intact. Yeah. We don't remix truth just to make it sound flat. If the truth make you mad, then that's your test. We ain't here to coddle feelings, we here to protect. Yeah. I don't speak hate, I don't speak fear. I speak life in a room that's unclear. Yeah.
Truth over lies, yeah, we stand on code. Black roots deep, yeah, we 10 toes bold. They sell confusion, we restore the soul. If it don't build a family, we let it go. Truth over lies, say it slow, say it clear.
Yeah.
No fear in our voice, no puppets here.
Yeah.
Gavin X Mr. Walker sincere.
Yeah.
We don't chase comfort, we black or white straight.
Yeah. They get rich off our votes, then vanish by spring. Give us slogans, never ownership, land or things. Every cycle, new savior, same result. Same communities paying the cost. We question parties, systems, agendas too. Cause liberation don't come in red or blue. Marriage mock, masculinity shame. Feminism misuse, outcome unchanged. We anti-chaos, anti-collapse. Pro-family, pro-future, yeah, imagine that. Yeah, truth ain't trendy, yeah, truth ain't safe. But without it, every generation pay.
If truth feels heavy, it's cause it's meant to live. You can't heal a nation by ignoring what's sick. No savior's coming, we build from within. When lies fall apart, that's when freedom begins.
Truth over lies, let it echo now. From the streets to the schools to the sacred vows. Black men lead, black women crown. Strong families, that's how we rebound.
Truth over lies, not hate, just fine. Discipline, structure, love align. Gavin X Mr. Walker on time. This ain't soft talk, this blueprint lines, yeah.
If the truth offends you, ask yourself why. If it challenges you, it's growth.
This platform ain't here to lie comfortably.
Truth over lies. Yeah.
Truth over lies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome. Live Tuesday, Truth Over Lies, brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling today, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse, Truth Over Lies, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Tuesday?
I got beans and bologna.
Welcome in, Truth Over Lies family. We got a crazy show tonight. As y'all see in the thumbnail, we got a lot to talk about.
Yes, sir. Come one, come all this fine December 16th, 2025. Being Mr. X is very much still alive and feeling fine. Reporting to you, Jive Chickens, with Truth Over Lies. Shout out to that intro, man. That was dope. That's too dope. I was hyped. You muted, Mr. X.
Shout out to Richard come in early, sponsoring the show with the 20 ball. There's Gavin X Mr. Walker. That intro track is fire. Truth Over Lies.
Truth Over Lies.
Shout out. I see G Honda was in the chat hating. Yeah, that's Chris Brown and Janae Aiko, if you concerned, G Honda.
Yeah, you mad, huh? Just cause you don't like us don't mean everybody else don't, G Honda. Just bob your head, you hater. Truth Over Lies.
You see that, Kundra? We got celebrity friends too. Don't be hating, G Honda.
You mad, G Honda?
And shout out to Brother Ray, been a member 2 months, says Truth Over Lies, fam.
Appreciate you, Brother Ray.
Salute. And Frederick Howard gifted a membership.
Per use, good Brother Frederick.
So here we go. Like I said, we got a lot to talk about. This is actually going to be like a two-part. It's going to be a two-part here because it's a discussion that needs to be had. All right. And the thing is, we got to know where we came from in order to know where we're going in this moment.
All facts for sure. And that's a for sure right on. That's why I think we need to stay up on our history and make sure we record in current modern history. If we don't know where we come from, we really don't know where we're going. And if we are not aware of our history, we are prone to repeat it. We don't need later generations repeating this ish that we doing.
That part. So, like I said, y'all see the thumbnail, the title, the MAGA hat on fire. It says the truth about MAGA for people of color. That is.
Make America great again. Come on, man. I mean, listen here. White man, wow. America was once great for him. Huh? Shoot, man. Y'all seen the movie Life? Got a whole lot of free labor out of it.
And speaking of free labor, we ain't gonna waste no time. We're gonna drop the link here later on. Shout out to Richa. You know, hopefully you can come up, but we got to talk about some stuff here. Me and Mr. Walker, we're gonna cook up. And we're gonna start here with Unc. Unc on this old plantation. Like I said, we gotta know where we came from to know where we're going.
I follow Unc. This my man right here. Yeah, talk to him, Unc. He get me hype every time. Talk to him. He got 96 acres. I already know. Because that was my college football number. I'm connecting dots here. Shout out to Unc. Got love for you, Unc. Talk to him.
So here we go. Hit the like button.
This ever a plantation?
This was a plantation, part of the Sylvania plantation, which was owned by Governor Milton.
Okay.
Governor Milton was a territorial governor. You familiar with him?
No.
He was Florida had 4 territorial governors at that time. Each one of them had a territory, like from Pensacola to Jackson to Madison maybe. And Governor Milton was our governor at that time. This is the Mount Table community,
Okay.
which consists of a lot of large landowners.
Black landowners.
Black landowners, yes. All this land was clear, far as you could see, and they farmed it with mules.
How many acres is this?
We got 96.
So is it going to just remain being a Renaissance Park? Are you having other plans as far as putting anything else out here?
Won't nothing be nothing here but historical stuff. Just historical things dealing with preservation.
So that's Unc. And as y'all hear, you know, I'm guessing him and his family owns the property, almost 100 acres. A lot of black folks. Shout out to Richai. You said we need to go back and buy, you know, take over Mississippi, buy it back. I mean, Unc, people are already doing things we see.
It's my life goal. That's why I'm hell bent on it. I don't want no fancy cars. I don't want your Rolex watches. I don't want your cold, dead penthouse in the sky. Give me the dirty soil. Give me the fertile land, please, and thank you kindly.
It's a lot of blood on that land. One thing I noticed, you look around, ain't a lot of grass growing. It's almost looking like Haiti. Like, why the soil so wore out?
Well, no, they got different plots. You got the soil can be it's like a vast area, you know, where you deem it good soil or not. Like you got trees growing depending on the vegetation, but I get it because that's just where they walk around at. But yeah, they got fertile land. They just don't have paved driveways. You know, that'd be the driveway. Yeah, that's why it look like that, because ain't nothing growing there. But yeah, they definitely got some fertile land. You see them trees in the background.
There we go.
Restoration, that's all we're all about.
That's what we need.
Specifically African American. That's the only thing I know about is what African Americans did. I don't know nothing about what any other nationalities did.
You said this was a tenant farmer house?
Yeah, it came from the Hayes Longwood plantation. It was in Greenwood and they moved it out here. A whole family would live in a place like that. And it wasn't on 2 or 3 children. Every family had a lot of children. You had to have them for the labor. They cooked inside of there. They used the fireplace for cooking and heating. And they lived in there.
I always wonder if they were like a lot of the enslaved people were able to build those big mansions for the enslavers. Why weren't they able to do it for themselves? Why would they just?
Because the landowners wouldn't allow them to have enough material to build something like that for themselves. They wanted to keep them at a certain level. Even when they became sharecroppers, they would always have small structures.
Right.
They didn't own it. And then
So Bonquisha say, all right, well, if Master and them lived in the big house and the slaves built the big house, why didn't they build a big house for themselves? Like he said, they didn't give them the supplies to do so. They gave you a couple 2x4s and an axe and told you to make something smack. You went to cut some trees down, you know, did some different things, but you didn't have the lumber they had that was machined.
Listen here, our prisoner of war ancestors here, they built structures I've seen a couple videos where they will build structures out, the foundations out of field rocks. And I think that's what they called the foundation. So when they was tilling the field, any large rock or boulder that was set to the side to mix with some mud and other stuff and make a foundation. Field rocks. And they use whatever they could. Pure innovation. You know, shoot, I feel like I conjured up some of that energy when I built our first chicken coop. You know, you just make it work with what you got. It's still standing, by the way.
That part.
at any given time, they would have to leave there. So they didn't put a lot of effort into that. But in this community, in Jackson County, them people were buying their own land.
Okay.
I don't know how they did it, making $3 a day, but they was able to do it.
Okay. So this right here is what you
think about that. Before we even get to that, listen to Unc. We spend, 1.7 trillion a year? Unc said people was back then was able to buy land. Black folks, he said they was making $3 a day. He said, I don't know how they was able to do it. Group economics. All right. We all got to come together. Nowadays, see what I'm saying? Same thing true today. We got to come together and make something smack. And the men got to be in charge.
Ooh, I'm about to be on 10, not 9 this evening. That's the only way it's done. I worked alongside this construction company and I just watched them. They was all white. And I just watched how they moved. They had big machinery. You know, they helped us dig up water lines. And anytime somebody needed some help out their house, they took the machines, they all went out there and they got it done. And it cost the homeowner that was a part of that crew, that friend circle, some beer and conversation. That's it. And anytime John needs some help, everybody go over here. Charles needs something, everybody go over there. That's the only way you get it done.
Nah. I need my own house. I need my own car. I need my own space. I want to be around you ninjas.
And that's what see that? And that's what the land is for. I get it. I concur. We all need our own space. And here you go. You got 96 acres space. Playoffs. You got all the space you need. And learn how, build up some sturdy, simple structures. I'm Lord willing. I'm gonna show y'all better than I could tell y'all. Keep it up.
There we go. And shout out to Lee Turner for gifting a membership.
Appreciate you, Brother Lee.
And Uncle Julius, he come through the fireball, say, hey, Mr. X, Mr. Walker, my mother's family in Florida has over 100 acres that's been in the family since the late 1800s.
What y'all doing with it? Huh? What's going on with it? Supposedly my family got acres in Louisiana. It's just a whole lot of mysteries and myths.
You know what I'm saying? I dare not dig to dig. You see what I'm saying? I don't even try to dig sometimes. I don't need that on my soul.
I did, and I got hurt. That's when I found out about Ayers Law, and I found out that old rich white man from Texas was buying up all my folks' land, and wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. So I didn't already shed my tears. Shit.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be the only person in my family that give a dang.
I don't, man.
Like, you see what I'm saying? I'm gonna build my own land. That's why we're here trying to build our own land and pass it down responsibly.
I done been down all these roads. I was running around to family members like, Paul Revere, hey, look what's happening. They was like, I was like, oh, y'all don't give a damn. I said, oh, it's just me. All right, never mind it.
Here we are.
Okay. So this right here is what you just said.
Right.
People would live in with their children. It would be a bunch of children.
Oh, yeah, man.
I'm gonna walk over here.
It wasn't no small family house. There's been some provisions made on this place, like that light and all. It wasn't no electric lights. It was lamps and stuff,
I just want to give them an idea of how it looked, how small it was.
Right.
Goodness gracious! And how would they get? Did they have stairs?
Probably had steps. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this is typically the structure you see in the movies. 12 Years a Slave and the Django's, the little wooden shacks. That's all they had. All right. Couple slabs. Just start putting stuff together. Put a roof on it. Make it smack.
That's it. Very little to no insulation. Just trying to keep harsh winds and direct rain off you. Sweet Jesus in the morning time. Yeah, but it ain't. When it rain, it's gonna rain inside too, a little bit, a lot of bit.
And you ain't got to worry about like insulation and heat, but you're in Mississippi, Alabama.
That's true.
So it's hot, you know what I mean? But then you got to worry about it being too damn hot. You turn into a hot box. So
yeah, I'm going the wrong way with it. Yeah, hot box for sure. There ain't no way around that. Shoot.
So you just sweating. You on the land, picking cotton or whatever all day long, from sun up to sundown. Wasn't no schedule. Sun up, sun down. Then you gotta come home to a hot house. No fan, no AC, no internet, no Kool-Aid. I know some of y'all, yeah.
Well, about time you wake up to start back your day of laboring, around 4:30, it start to cool off in there. But then you gotta go back out. As soon as it start to cool off, soon as you start to get comfortable. This is I'm getting so triggered. This is why we act like we got some daggone sense and honor our ancestors' sacrifice. Have mercy.
And this is why we work hard and don't complain. I know a lot of this stuff drives me, man. So anytime try to get down on yourself or anything, You gotta think about stuff like this and push yourself. All right, because we ain't pushing hard enough. If you just listen to what they did, that's inspiration.
Often the source of my encouragement. Hex, yeah, Mr. X. The hardest days, yeah, when you tired, especially when we was doing the general contracting. Yes, like what I'm about to say, complain just because we knee deep in doo doo. Folks then had it worse, believe it or not. Then you can smile through it and reap the benefits of smiling through it.
Like that light and all, it wasn't no electric lights. It was lamps and stuff, you know.
I just want to give them an idea of how it looked, how small it was.
Right.
Goodness gracious! And how would they get? Did they have stairs?
Probably had steps. Yeah.
Okay. Now they really was on these type of bricks.
No.
Okay,
no.
so
they were on ladder stumps or either those piers like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like these right here.
A ladder stumps. They would cut a ladder stump out of the woods.
The foundation will be on stumps.
Yeah, this is where we cook the syrup.
The syrup.
This is an 80 gallon. It take 80 gallons of juice to make 10 gallons of syrup.
Okay. So first how is the process? What's the beginning to the end?
Beginning is the growing season is 9 months. Taking care of it and growing it to maturity. Then you cut it and bring it out here and we grind the juice. Take the juice and put it in that vat there and cook it for 6 hours. When we cook it, you cook all the water out of it and then you have the sugar contents left, which is the syrup.
Okay.
And back in the day, we used that syrup for everything, for cooking, for the foods, you know, we ate with it, like the biscuits, the pancakes, and make syrup bread out of it. We make sweetened water, which you drink tea now, but we make sweetened water.
Syrup
put it in water and
Mr. X.
Yeah.
dilute it and
Sweetened tea. So like he said, they took this syrup. That was like the foundation for a lot of stuff. It was the sweetener. Then they put on the pancakes, biscuits, easy to make biscuits, put the syrup on it. Hey, you want some sweet water? Put that in there. Now y'all got tea and Kool-Aid and all this fancy stuff. Back then, you put a little syrup. He said, stick your finger in it. You got sweet water.
Listen here, that right there is pure uncut sugar. I hear you talking about your syrups and all your good wholesome stuff. I hear you, but show me where the show me where
he know what's in it. At least he know what's in it.
There you go. But show me where the hooch at, hunk.
Oh,
yeah, you make more than just syrup with that good old sugar. Yeah. He said, listen here, Nisi Poo, don't pan that camera over there to them copper steels. That ain't none of nobody business.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't getting what you were stepping in. Yeah, that's
For sure. Listen here, man. This is the beauty of having your own land. You 96 acres in. Ain't nobody coming to bother you. They ain't coming to see you can do whatever you want to do respectfully in a God-fearing manner, you know, no diddy, no wild stuff. But you want to make some hooch? White man been doing it forever. Make a little hooch. Huh? You want to grow a little exotic plant? Do your thing. Ain't nobody bothering you.
Okay.
And back in the day, we used that syrup for everything, for cooking, for the foods, you know, we ate with it, like the biscuits, the pancakes, and make syrup bread out of it. We make sweetened water, which you drink tea now, but we make sweetened water. Put it in water and dilute it and drink it like that.
Okay. So now, as far as the cane syrup, why do you think they started turning it into like the white sugar? Where did that come from?
I don't know whether that was discriminatory or what, but that's what they did. It's not bleached now. It's just strained to that point. It keeps straining to get clearer and clearer.
Okay, the syrup.
The juice.
The juice.
Not the syrup. The syrup, its next step going to be brown sugar.
Okay.
You keep cooking it, it's going to turn into like a taffy-like substance, and then they'll grind it and make brown sugar out of it.
Which is healthier?
This brown sugar is healthier. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
See, the people in New Guinea, they discovered it And the ones in India, they find out how to crystallize it, and that's where we started importing it, exporting it. They bought it on around doing the slave trade. They started growing it in South America, but over in Africa and those places, it grows year round. And they chew it all the time to take care of their teeth. They don't have no cavities like that. We didn't have any cavities growing up.
So it's like a toothbrush.
I don't know about that, Unc.
Yeah, that's rough. Shout out to the people in Jamaica chewing the sugar cane. I done chewed on them. It's different. Like he said, they didn't have cavities growing up. You know, a lot of stuff they didn't have is they weren't eating this stuff we eat. And a lot of stuff, they grew it themselves. They was putting their hands on this stuff. They knew what they was putting in their body at the very least.
There you go. And somebody earlier, speaking of sugar, they said it's crazy that you mentioned Haiti because their land is barren. Well, Haiti at one point produced 40% of Europe's sugar, and it was the richest colony in the world back in its heyday, but they over farmed the land. It was just all sugar cane. They didn't plant nothing else but sugar cane, and it over farmed and it depleted the soil to nothing. So that's why but it wasn't the DR, it was just Haiti. So Haiti's land is pretty much barren and DR is lush. That's why if you look at it on the map, it tells you this. You can see it.
There you go. And shout out to Uncle Julius. He said his family that got the land in Florida. Okay, we say farming, corn maze, it's a business.
Okay. Hey, yeah, I can imagine for sure. Shout out to the farmers, man. Pray for the farmers. That's tough. Farmers not having a good time. See, I'm up on the discrimination with black farmers. It's bad. Just right quick, you know, where white farmers have an acceptance rate of like 70% when it comes to bank loans, black farmers acceptance percentage is like 7. It's wild. It's real effed up.
That part.
You chewing it like that?
That is amazing because you'll think because it has sugar in it, it'll do something to your teeth because sugar is what messes up people's teeth now.
But it's not like that juice, that sugar is not like that processed sugar you buy out of the store. Things you buy in the store from the corn syrup, made with corn syrup with the fructose. You're not gonna see pure cane syrup in the store. You might see cane syrup on the bottle, but it's not gonna be pure.
Okay.
That's one on the.
This gonna be Mr. Walker when he get old. You hear him? You might see it on the bottle. I might say 100%. Don't listen to him. You ain't gonna find this in the store. Just like you ain't gonna find pure narcotics on the street. Everything gets stepped on. You must understand.
Yes, it is so unfortunate. Understand something. When I already was weary and was educating myself on this war on food we're experiencing, but once I learned that big tobacco owned damn near all of the interior food aisles in the grocery store, these are mega corporations, and they are making your Kraft mac and cheese. They making your syrup. It like Unc said, this ain't pure. That's pure from the tree. Huh? Sacred soil. I need parts of that. You talking about putting it on the biscuit, boy, that bring a tear to your eye. But yeah, that stuff in the store ain't none of that pure. And I fought that too. My wife was telling me, she said the honey, even though it say it, they can lie to you, man. They don't care. They gangster. These are corporations. They are there to appease shareholders. They are not there to make sure you're getting nutrition. That ain't part of their business model.
And shout out to Ebony. He says you can get cane syrup at the organic markets.
There you go.
Yeah, they want about $20 for 10 ounces.
For sugar, you gonna pay a premium.
Cane syrup on the bottle, but it's not gonna be pure.
Okay.
That's 100% pure, no additives.
And how much would this be?
We sell it for $10 over in the urban areas, but around here you probably get $6 for it. You take that with you when you go there.
Oh yes, I will. Thank you for that.
That turpentine was very brutal work. That turpentine. We got some of them pans around that they use.
Why was it so brutal?
Because that turpentine, they had to put it in 5-gallon drums, drawn by a mule, and they might get $10 for that drum, that 55-gallon drum. It take probably 2 or 3 days to fill that thing up.
And how many people?
It'd be a lot of people out in the turpentine plantation, and they just the stuff be all in their head, and most of them hair just they be bald because you can't get it out. You got to clip it out of there.
What was it in their head? Is it sap?
Yeah, it's the sap out of the tree. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, see, in that pine tree, you got 300 different products come out of a pine tree. Got turpentine itself, which you use for medical purposes. You got a chemical that go in that you use in ice cream to make it hard. If you see, we make homemade ice cream. If you didn't have that chemical, that stuff would just get solved right quick. But it's a chemical in that pine tree to keep it hard.
This is wicked. So turpentine, I'm looking into it, a solvent derived from the pine resin, known for a strong piney odor, highly flammable, and used in thinning oil paints, cleaning brushes, and traditional medicines. So it's a lot, huh?
There you go. 300 products. Do you not see? And this is when I realized, I was sitting here watching these type of documentaries. I done been down these rabbit holes many years ago. All right. And
but
I remember
it says it's toxic if swallowed.
Oh, hell yeah. Turpentine, yeah. Heck yeah. It's a solvent. Yeah, it's toxic as heck. It stripped paint. It stripped paint off of oil-based paints off of paintbrushes. Actually, it's toxic.
Oh.
Yeah, for sure. And he talking about the tar. So they getting the tar from the tree. And the tar is used to make the turpentine. I probably distill it and everything, but that tar said it was getting in their hair. And one nut to dissolve that, they just had to cut it out. Man, our folks been through some things, man. Golly. But 300 different products in the pine tree. As I was saying, when I realized this, just what all the stuff that comes from the trees on the land, money does theoretically grow on trees. 300 products from a tree sound look like bread to me. Smell like money.
That part. Oh man. Yeah, we just ain't in it. Some stuff is gate kept. We just don't know about it. We need to learn.
It's so bad. I just saw a video recently where a brother, he giving a game about owning land. He said, don't you dare pay somebody to come clear, brush and stuff from your land. He said anything, any brush can be used for something. Even if it's chipped up wood, it can be mulch. It's going to be used for something. They ain't throwing it in the trash. So it's a lot of game to learn before buying land. The coding, different codes, all that stuff.
Did it make them sick? Did anybody used to get sick from some of the chemicals?
No, yeah, the ones cooking it, yeah, they would get sick, yeah, because it was a chemical, it was giving off a fume. Black people discovered a lot of that stuff.
Through slavery?
Yeah, we bought a lot. We bought the pumpkin to town, as they call it. When we came from Africa, we had knowledge beyond belief. And see those long leaf pines, that's one over there. One over there. They use them for them slave ships because they didn't have many knots in it.
You said long leaf pine? Which one?
Yeah, long leaf pine. They use it for the slave ships and bridges because it ain't got no knots in it.
Yeah. So before we became
See, that's a long leaf.
Yeah, long leaf.
Right here. We see these everywhere.
Yeah, don't get it confused now with a planted lob, lolly, or slash that you just see planted in rows like we have out here. So before the industrial revolution came to the United States, the whole southeast was covered in long leaf pine in its natural environment. Wow. So whenever you see wildfires in nature, that's natural. So a long leaf pine is resistant. It's fire retardant. So naturally, you're supposed to have controlled burns. So that's why when you pass plantations, you see them burning. And that's what you see in California. So California has so many wildfires because they have so many environmental laws, and they don't naturally, they don't do prescribed burning. But our area is real. A lot of pine trees right now, you'd use it in your daily life. So when you get a package from Amazon, that's a pine tree to buy.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! All that. Every box you see, that's a pine tree. That's probably the number one use. Hell. And what he talking about with the controlled burn, he went into something there, huh?
Saying how these trees are fire, I can't say it on YouTube, but yeah, they're extremely fire resistant, fireproof almost, if you will. Interesting stuff. Like I like to clear my mind from the toils of the day and duty and responsibility and dive into this type of stuff. But that's what it takes. I can't think on this level when I'm too worried about work. But this is what I like to, ingest in my downtime. Stuff like this, just learning about the world around us, what we missing, where we supposed to be going, where we come from. I love this kind of stuff. I'm watching these type of reels damn near all day.
Here we go.
What is hot water bread?
Cornmeal, water, and salt. That's all it is.
And then you fry it?
You fry it, yeah.
Okay.
You make a whole cake of cornbread or just some small little frittles.
Now, did that recipe come from slavery?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. The white people, the slave owners didn't know how to cook nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Not worth eating.
That's why they needed us to cook.
Yeah, slow cooking. Low and slow.
That's crazy.
They know nothing. They know nothing, man. Oh, this is ridiculous. They didn't even know how to cook. We was in there cooking. We was in there breastfeeding the kids. All that. Shout out to Ebony Dean. It's a lot.
Can you not understand where the hate come from? Imagine this. You massa. Got all this land out and stole and pillaged. And here I'm sitting in my kitchen and I done got, they used to name us crazy things back in the day. They used to name us like pets. I got Tinkerbell come out the field, come in here, and she in here whipping up, seasoned chicken and some other dish and cornbread, whole cakes in that. He's sitting there making his food. Master sitting there eating. Y'all know, man, the way to a man's heart through his stomach. Master sitting there eating, you know what I'm saying? This indentured servant's food. His eyes light up. Master's missus get mad as heck, man. I guarantee if those walls could talk, things wouldn't all peachy key the way they tried to make it seem like in our whitewashed textbooks. It was a lot of turmoil.
There you go. And shout out to Frederick Howard. He says, my milestone and member gift didn't come up.
Well, maybe you ain't been here long enough, Ninja. So I appreciate you.
Howard. Yeah, didn't see it come by, brother. Apologies. And shout out to Mimi, gifted a membership or became a member.
Appreciate you, Sister Mimi.
And Nais says, y'all cooking with pine trees today. Great start.
Here we go. Yeah, pine, that's a soft tree. It's real soft.
Man.
Grandma would say, low and slow. See, get it in.
Okay.
Low and slow.
They taught Master about the tender.
That's the way a wood heater would cook. Low and slow. It wasn't fast cooking. It's almost raised over there. Can you
Grandma say
low and slow. Can your camera see it?
I can.
Low
Yeah.
and slow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We cook natural, slow and slow, natural. Salt and pepper was the main ingredients. We ain't bothered with no barbecue.
Yeah, low and slow. Bonquisha, see what I'm saying? It's grandma was in the kitchen. She ain't had time to be on TikTok. She ain't have time to be out here twerking in the streets. They ain't have no microwaves. What no damn Tyson's chicken or Hot Pockets. All right, all that, man. Low and slow, damn it.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
It got to be some love in it. You can taste the love in the food, low and slow. And you can be in there, if y'all want to, TikToking while you're in the kitchen, all these gadgets and gadgets, all these different, phone and tablet holders. Y'all got tablets an inch hanging off the ceiling. They got a phone holder for that. Y'all can do whatever y'all want. Y'all just lazy. Y'all can do both. Man, shout out to my wife. She be in there cooking up, making sourdough, watching her shows on her phone. And you can do it. Ain't no excuse. And shout out to Unc, though. I tell you what, I like his setup. I like it. But personally, I like his little outdoor kitchen, the low and slow. But we need like a little cement foundation, Unc. It's just too much. It's a little too wild. I ain't going to hold you. It's a little too wild for me. And I'm willing to do labor. I got to get some cement foundation and stuff. I can't be walking on leaves and stuff. Not all the time. Not all the time.
Barbecue sauce that much.
Okay.
What the sign say?
Barbecue sauce is a cover-up.
You can cover up burnt food, bad tasting food, and come on around here and tell you Uncle Willie, this man here could cook. And see, we build this with the cedar timbers. Those are cedar logs that we harvest out our own field.
I say
But
Willie's
that's how they
Rib
used to
Shack.
build those buildings back in the day. They used what they had, you know.
Okay. Yeah. He said they harvest that wood. Look up there. Yeah, what did it say? Oh.
And see,
Yes.
we build this with the cedar timbers. Those cedar
Uncle
logs
Willis!
that we
Really weird. Chat. Stay out.
harvest out.
And look at the, the wood up there. He said they that's all handcrafted. They got that out the trees. Just
It's raw. It's not milled. They chopped off the loose bark, threw it up there and secured it. There it is. And it's still standing to this day. Yeah, them ain't 2x4s. Them solid, them is logs. All right, that structure ain't going nowhere.
Our own field. But that's how they used to build those buildings back in the day. They used what they had, you know.
Got the little notes on it. Sure, I
And it looks sturdy.
My dad always, that was his main saying, keep your stuff out of the weather. We caught a wild hog out here. You never taste meat so good in all your life. He was a small one.
So what we eat out of the store, that's nothing compared to what.
Cause they just eating acorns. See, and wild hogs just eating acorns off the ground mostly. They not eating anything food, just throw out food. No, that's all they eat.
Okay.
This time of year, acorns.
Tender.
So would you say they're actually healthy to eat because of what they eat?
They healthy to eat, yeah. Well, especially if you get a small one, there's not much fat on him at all. Yeah.
Self-sufficient.
That's the key right there, being self-sufficient. We were always that way growing up, self-sufficient. We didn't have to go to the store for very much of anything.
Okay.
But we grew the food, we processed it, we canned it or stored it, and all that was done without refrigeration.
So how did you keep it from spoiling?
Canned it, and the meat you smoke it and hang it in the smokehouse. But between December and February, it was extreme cold. It wasn't on warm days like this. So you could keep it. But the canned food, they're going to keep by itself,
Did you put it in tin?
No.
So maybe that's a misconception that it don't get cold in the winter. Well, yeah, I guess temperatures will drop probably down to the 40s or whatever.
There you go. At least I would say low enough where meat ain't gonna start to spoil like that, like it would in the heat, start to decompose. Yeah, I don't really care to live that wild. Yeah, I came to that realization as well. I'm in the bound land, but I'm not trying to wake up in the middle of a winter and wonder if we got enough, dried deer jerky to make it through the winter. I ain't looking for that. Our ancestors did that. We gon', like you said, a shout out to Mailbox Sports. We gonna modernize it. We gonna do our job. We're gonna put a modern little spin on it to make it more tidy. I'm a bit of a neat freak. Blaming my mama for that, yeah. But we need to tidy some things up on a lot too much rust. Like I said, I don't mind toilet. I keep up with it. Maintenance. That's one thing we missing in our culture. Maintenance. And I actually looked into that. I guess there is no, I know we ain't all from Africa, but just hear me out. I guess in Africa, there's not too many tribes where maintenance is a word. It's not even a concept to maintain. Build, yes, but to maintain, not so much. I think that's kind of interesting.
That part.
Money.
And shout out to Rachel with the 10 ball. Says Black farmers led by National Black Farmers Association has been fighting for decades for reparations, showing systematic discrimination. They want $2.2 billion. Farmer Boyd has been most vocal about it.
Shout out to brother Farmer Boyd. Appreciate you, Rachel. So it's a lot of folks fighting. It sucks. It's so much daggone resistance, hence the fighting.
Straight like that, straight.
And shout out, Deep Thoughts became a member.
Appreciate your deep thoughts.
And he come back, says, appreciate all the dynamic coverage.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
And he come back again, appreciate you. He says, we come all this way to become hateful to one another as Black folks. Make it make sense.
It's that part, the hatred towards one another that's like 99.9% systematic. Yeah. It ain't not excusing it, but yeah, they definitely did some things to us now.
That part. And we came all this way, like you said, for people to confuse, accountability with hate, for people to confuse accountability and shame with hate. I think that's even more egregious, where they can think people like, man, Mr. Walker got hate. But no, we know how far we have fallen from grace, and we want better for our people.
There you go. Listen here, some of us got to be broken to be rebuilt back up. I give credit to my coaches because they were the majority of the men in my life, and they got that victim mentality out of me. I had it too, coming from where we're from. I wasn't trying to hear some of that harsh criticism, but listen to the harsh criticism, help me rise to athletic heights, if you will.
That part. And Deep Thought says, if we don't improve our GDP, we will become irrelevant as a people.
It's already kind of, already set in place. What is it? Like, it's supposed to be zero by like 2037 or something.
Something like that. Oh, here we go.
Out in jars, in glass jars, not no tin, no.
You know how they put everything in tin now?
No, we ain't have no equipment to do that. We put it in glass jars, and you blanch it, and then you put it in them jars and set them jars down in a boil of boiling water to boil all of the air out of them, and then you cap them with that cap.
Yeah, she talking about tin and can. He said, no, that's white man factories. Yeah, we had mason jars. We ain't have the equipment to be sealing up cans. And where we getting the foil and where we getting the material, the metal and all that from?
Yeah, straight glass. Shout out to my wife. She does that jarring and stuff. That's what you do. You get the preserved food in there and you put it in that pot. It calls blanching. And I guess the boiling water sucks the air out. I'm not sure, but that's how you get the air out. And then the part that secures it on ain't even needed anymore because it just sucks it. It sucks the insert part down. I think he tries to explain that to her. But I learned about canning and jarring when I was in my second foster home with a white family. Rest in peace to Mary Lloyd. She would sit there and make apple butter and apricot butter and all that shit was fire. This white woman made the meanest pecan pie this side of the Mason-Dixon, but I learned about this stuff on the farm. So I lived a little bit of farm life and I fell in love with it. Something that was, traumatic turned out to be a bit of a hidden gem. I can appreciate it.
But that cap had a lock on it, that two-piece cap.
Mm-hmm.
You seen those before?
No.
It's got an insert. It's got an inside and an outside. I don't have one available, and when you turn it and tighten it up, it'll suck itself down. Mm-hmm. That's how you could tell if it's been open. If that thing got a spring in motion on the top, mm-hmm. It's been open. When y'all leave and the animals, if you get quiet, they'll come back out and be walking around just like in the Garden of Eden.
Wow.
Shout out to like I said, he got his land. One thing, we got to know where we came from. And like Rashad was saying last time he was up here, he kept stressing, go back to Mississippi and buy the land. And like he said, everybody don't have to come. I know that was part of the discussion. Like, oh, how are we going to get everybody? You ain't going to get everybody. Don't need everybody. You only need the people that want to be there.
And that's just the natural way of things. There's going to be a lot less folks that's really down than, the majority. That's biblical. The majority is always wicked. It just is what it is. But I don't care wherever. Y'all better find some, I know we've been thinking about the Carolinas. I don't know about Mississippi. Shout out to Louisiana. That's dope. But that's a rich man's game because Louisiana runs the risk of being underwater like Miami and that. So if you can't, navigate that, shout out to 50 Cent and Bill Gates. They buying up all the land and stuff in Louisiana. That's crazy.
That part. So here we go. If you're just coming in, make sure you hit the like button. Shout out to Frederick. Says the black man has all the experience to live in the world. He says, without our contributions, the Caucasian mankind would have been deleted.
Shout out to the Moors.
So shout out to Frederick. Here we go. Y'all see what we talking about? We talk about MAGA. The truth about MAGA for people of color. I'm gonna pull this video up. All right, we're gonna try to mine through it. Fair use. We in Mississippi.
Whoa, whoa, y'all say go back down? Richard, go back down? Doing that? What we talking about, Richard?
So cotton's still a big thing here.
Yes, it's bigger now than what it used to be. Plantation home right there. My mom first little schoolhouse.
Here in the deep South, first impressions feels almost like traveling to another country. Today, we're meeting up with a man named Booker T. Booker T's a local in the area.
We pick cotton. It's some cotton scales.
Okay.
You put the pea on there. When the cotton sack is on here, and this here is hanging up on a hook too. We got a well over there. I used to we draw our water from the well. And after the well broke down, this is what the thing was where the rope go in the well.
You grew up with well water?
Well water. I didn't have a bathroom till I was 15 years old.
So today we're going to get into where you grew up,
yes,
your family stories, what it was like, what it's like now, because you have an interesting perspective. You grew up in it, but then left it and then came back. So you.
All right. So Big Unc, he rolling. He got him a Cadillac now. All right, he came back, got his land, claimed his land. Y'all see he had the scales, and he said that was a scale for, weighing the cotton. You see, man.
Ooh, a lot of history. I gotta give me some of these antiques, man. I got me a couple artifacts behind me, modern artifacts. I need some of that energy, my baby. Have mercy. If these inanimate objects could talk, the things they done seen.
Right.
Schools uptown, but
you grew up in it, but then left it and then came back. So you see it maybe in a different way.
I do.
Which is cool.
Right in this corner here is my mom's first little schoolhouse.
Oh, this wooden one?
Yeah, they really didn't have the schools uptown, but my mom them were just out here in the country. They didn't have no buses or nothing then. Just a few kids in there. So that thing is probably over 100-some years old.
And the school chairs in here.
This is our family cemetery. I had it back in my book back. My dad, he lived to get 100 years old.
How many generations back does your family go here?
About 3 generations.
And we talked about this before. Family burial grounds, if you will. Not sure. I know nowadays most places, you property of the state, somebody got to cash out on your death. But, we talked about being able to bury your people. But then, like you say, nowadays, if you got life insurance and stuff, you got to claim the death, and there's a lot to go into it. It wasn't as complex back then. So back then, somebody passed away, you could bury them, life goes on. Nowadays, you got property and assets, and there's checks and balances. And back then, you didn't have to really tell anybody. Yeah, Papa died, we're gonna bury him. We ain't gotta go notify the government and try to,
There you go. That's why we got to keep our affairs in order. I guess now you got certificates of deletion. I believe that once we, got a social security number, now you in it. You in the machine once you are assigned a social security number. So now you got to report everything. It really is a wicked matrix we were born into. However, we got to find a way to navigate it. And I also believe in navigating it to find your way out the matrix. You know what I mean? First, I believe we got to learn the rules to this wicked system. Then once you learn them, get good at them, master them even, then you can start to bend the rules you don't agree to within reason, respectfully.
I had it back in my book back. My dad, he lived to get 100 years old.
How many generations back does your family go here?
About 3 generations. So our house used to sit right back in them trees. But
that was the house you grew up in?
Yeah, right back in them trees. And we used to walk right over here to our godmother, which is the house we own now. We didn't own it at that time, but my dad ended up, as we progressed in life, making cotton, corn, and molasses and stuff. So that's what we own right here now, this 5 acres. It's almost 6 acres here. And we farmed it all this right here with corn and stuff.
As a kid, you were pulling water out of it?
Out of the well, yeah.
How deep is this one?
Yeah, water still in it. Ain't it?
Well, it seems like black folks are buying up land. What are we doing with it? That's the question. Dude said, I got 96 acres. He's like, hey, we got 5 acres. People they got the land. It seems like in some of these places, as you look around, there's nothing around. You don't see no Targets and Walmarts and Burger Kings. So people like, I don't want to go there. Hey, what's out there? You out in the sticks. No, you got to take pride in the land.
There you go. And when you got more established families with resources, you can come up with a system and get stuff done. You know what I mean? Where me and my family talked about it. It'd be nice to live enough off the beaten path to where, we only got to make quarterly trips to a Costco or something that's 2 hours away. You know what I mean? Take the trailer, go load the suck up, bring it back home. That's our quarterly trip dealing with the local yokels type of ish, man. Whatever y'all want to do, you can. I'm gonna sound like a elementary school, nursery rhyme. All you gotta do is put your mind to it. It's gonna halfway drive you crazy. That's ambition. That's what it feels like. It's very uncomfortable. But if you put your mind to it, you can accomplish it. Got to get tunnel vision, my baby.
That part. And shout out to Deep Thoughts. Where we at here? He come back through. He says, blacks knocking down on a door that will never accept them. He says, this is classic WC Field syndrome. He says, I don't want to be in the club that accepts me as a member.
Okay. Not sure. Deep Thoughts. The classic we see Field syndrome.
But nonetheless, fill us in. We learning.
There we go. Yeah. Couldn't make that out.
Oh, wow. What do the people do for work out here? Like some of those nice houses we passed.
So we got the paper mill here. Them is some of the factories and stuff that pretty well. Now they just built a new Milwaukee plant here. So that's going to help out a lot of people too.
Milwaukee tools?
Uh-huh. Still got a lot of farming, people still raise a lot of cotton, stuff like that. That's about it,
So cotton's still a big thing here?
Yes, it's bigger now than what it used to be.
Does the cotton go to...
Hell, cotton's still a thing, and so is these little shanty houses. We ain't gonna act like we don't see this woman in the back, and we don't see this. This is still dead near crop. I feel like they took them old structures and put siding on them.
Wait a minute, because...
And now they put siding and they cut some windows out, put an entry door.
I'm for this is now I'm tormented because I was gonna say I would move in one of them, but I don't like the way that it looked wild when that sister walking up in there. What's happening here, brother? What's happening? What's going on? But here we go. Somebody got never mind. I ain't gonna say that yet. we all got to tend to the land, but we can't be living in subpar conditions. That's the thing. Like, I don't see no electricity running to it or the gas meter. What's going on, man? Yeah, you gotta have modern amenities. See, because it's a woman. If it was a guy, probably we got propane tanks. Got propane tanks. There you go. They got a truck come out there, refill the propane tanks. That's giving them their heat. There you go. We good. Well, water, no water. They good. Got something.
Yes, it's bigger now than what it used to be.
Does the cotton go to China or to manufacture our clothes, or how does it work?
Yeah, I don't know where all they shipped it to, but yeah. This was like a cotton plantation. Rich guy bought it out now, and he just got cows and all on it.
When did it end? I mean, after the Civil War?
The Civil War is pretty well when that ended.
The cotton plantations
ended?
All that. You were harvesting your own land, 180 acres.
Yes, just for us.
And you'd bring the cotton down and sell it.
Yep. And we would get maybe like $300-400 a bale then, if that.
Wow.
So all that was cotton.
It's just been picked, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see some cotton out there.
On the ground, yeah.
So there's good money in cotton still.
Yeah. Hey, there's more cotton being raised now than I ever seen,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So they used to just come out.
Yeah.
Cotton ball by cotton ball? Is that how you do it?
Just picking it by hand.
That's it.
So you can take them back with you.
So how would you pick it? Would you break the whole stem?
No, you just come here.
And you just fill up a bag.
Yep, see how I'm picking it? Well, you take that cotton with both hands and you put it in the sack and just keep picking.
I tell you what.
Yeah, man, I don't like how he doing this with a smile on his face. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I don't like this white dude filming this. Act like he don't know nothing. He acting real. This is cotton. Oh yeah. Do they still sell? Do they still? Yeah, that T-shirt you got on is Cotton Ninja. Talking about. So
I'm like, listen here.
that cotton.
Come here.
He had a nice little motion going.
What they call that muscle memory, ancestral muscle memory. I said, listen here, Mr. Interviewer guy, we gotta get the full experience. I'd have told him some kind of story. I said, listen here, I'd have had me a nice, fresh, big old whatever the most effective whip they make out here. I'd have had one. I said, you gotta get the full experience. I said, go ahead and reach for that there cotton right there. Go ahead and reach for it. I'm like, I'm gonna show you how it was done. You ain't getting the full experience out here. He and ha-ha. Reach for that cotton, and I'm gonna reach for your John Brown hind parts with this here leather.
A is fill up a bag.
Yep. See how I'm picking it? Well, you take that cotton with both hands and you put it in the sack and just keep picking. So that's what's like the big madam house there, you know, the big plantation home right there.
So the business model was get a bunch of land, get a bunch of slaves, make a bunch of money.
That's right.
That's what it was, right?
Yep. And then
business. Get a bunch of land, right? Get a bunch of slaves, make a bunch of money. All right. And they start telling people, hey, and white folks was coming to America so they can start their own land, their own religions, their own practices, making up their own rules. All they needed was people to cook for them and tend the land.
And we already knew what to do. That's the part that kind of irritates me, because it's not like these prisoner of war owning white folks had all this knowledge and they was like, hey, this is how you cook, this is how you till the land. We was doing it dang near naturally. They was all but standing back and observing and making sure we didn't get too tired. That, before they put whip to us, that's it. They weren't showing us how to sow seeds. We already knew what to do. So that's pretty much it. They was auctioning us off. And they be like, hey, John, I got this one there. He can lead them all. So it was wicked. They didn't have to do nothing but stand back and just watch the money come in.
Yeah. It was like you said. Wasn't nothing else like it. It was like farming almost. Like people farm animals. Same kind of thing. They were breeding people and, hey, the more chickens I get or the more whatever, the more money. It's what it was. And unfortunately, we was on the other end of it. We must know where we came from, and not act ignorant today. We must understand what we've been through. And I mean, come on now.
All of these examples is reasons why, regardless of what I may have been through, I refuse not to put my best foot forward. Who am I to feel sorry for myself whenever monstrosities I can't even really imagine were taking place, with our ancestors? No, I shan't not complain.
And shout out to Petty Sama, come through gifting 10 memberships.
Shout out to Petty Sama. He came through on the premiere as well. Happy belated birthday, man. You always coming through. Big energy. Thank you.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
Make sure y'all thank that brother. We appreciate you.
For sure.
And shout out to Sell Your Light Podcast. Come through. He says the Democratic liberal, what's that, victimality that has been sold to Black people is coming to an end, finally.
Working on it. Trying. Doing our best to sell you light.
That part. So there we go.
And this one guy, black guy, he ended up in kind of like probably like the DuBois guy. He ended up and he wouldn't be no farmer for someone. He ended up and bought his own land and had the blacks to help him. You get me?
The black guy had black slaves.
Yes.
Really? They could do that?
Well, yeah, but he paid them better and he gave them stuff,
Okay.
And that's why a lot of the blacks end up doing better,
How does it feel for you when you get near these establishments? Is it like it was so long ago, whatever, or does it have?
No.
Like the DuBois guy, he ended up and he wouldn't be no farmer for someone. He ended up and bought his own land and had the blacks to help him. You get me?
The black guy had black slaves.
Yes.
No.
I don't know why he got this grin on his face. Quit doing that, Unc. And this white dude talking you in. But here we are. He said the black guy had black slaves, and he said
they could do that.
Well, yeah, but he paid them better, and he gave them stuff, you know.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
He gave them stuff, treat them better. All right, here we are. This is history we must know. All right, yeah.
You know, God dang it, this is a lot. I gotta believe that, you know, if I have freed myself and I see my brother that's done freed himself too, we's free now, and I done got up on my feet, and you know, I done bought me a big house. I'm doing good. I'm not about to enslave my brother. Like, it ain't even gonna look nothing like that at all. Like you said, I'm paying you whatever. It ain't no, you would not ever look like you are less than a human. That's what's involved in slavery. You got to be treated as, looked at, considered less than human, subhuman. That I'm pretty sure that wasn't the case whenever a brother made it out and got the big house. He definitely ain't no way, unless he was just broken, unless he was like the dude off of Django. You know, I forget his name.
I would say it's the order of the day. I think it was a standard. So it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to get a plantation. I'm a black man back in them days, and I'm going to get a plantation, and I'm going to treat everybody right. No, they would have came and deleted him. The standard was the standard. So you going to treat them. It was a standard practice, if you will.
I got you.
All right. But he making it seem, who knows, though? Who knows? But who is this guy? Who he say? Let's take this back a minute. Let's get your Googles on. He said it, man.
Here we go.
The DuBois guy, he ended up black guy. He ended up in kind of like probably like the DuBois guy. He ended up and he wouldn't be no farmer for someone. He ended up and bought his own land and had the blacks to help him. You get me?
The black guy had black slaves.
Yes.
Yeah. See, and that's why this white dude wasn't gonna let that slide. He said this dude did want to be a farmer. He bought his own land and he got black people to help him. And the white dude said, help? You mean he had slaves? And
no.
Said, yeah.
I'm always going to say no, because I refuse to believe they ain't no way. They're just, and if you know what, and if they did, man, we don't, them ninjas ain't with us. We acknowledge, like you said, Mr. X, everybody want wholesome, everybody want righteous. I can understand succumbing to just, you know, selfishness and like, you know what? They did it to me. Nah, I did it. I'm gonna do it to you, ninja. You know, no diddler. Or maybe whoever knows the monstrosities that took place. God dang it. Oh, dark history.
Yeah, here we go. And shout out to Deep Thought. He says, we keep acting like being accepted by the white club, similar to MAGA, is a flex. We need to create our own clubs.
I got you now. Yeah. Yeah, ain't no MAGA over here. Yeah, just on the thumbnail. I agree, 100%.
Yeah, boom shakalaka.
Here we go.
Really, they could do that?
Well, yeah, but he paid them better, and he gave them stuff, you know.
Okay.
And that's why a lot of the blacks end up doing better, you know.
How does it feel for you when you get near these establishments? Is it like it was so long ago, whatever, or does it have some feeling to it?
It's just kind of like I knew my mom, them, and her fathers and forefathers, like my granddaddy, dad, and them. You know, I know they was into the slavery, you know, probably. And you know, we were just so much out of it by the time we got up. But I just kind of feel for them, you know, the work that they when the torture and stuff they went through, you know. So this was when I integrated. We was in 7th and 8th grade.
I'm glad he said that. All right, he corrected himself. He said work
out of it by the time we got up, but I just kind of feel for them, you know, the work that they when the torture and stuff.
Yeah, he was about to say the work that they did. No, he said, you know what? That wasn't work. That was torture. And like Mr. Walker said, we were prisoners of war. We need to start using these terms because we want to take steps towards reparations. We weren't working. We weren't slaves. We was being tortured, and we were prisoners of war. And let's just start moving that way.
100%. Shout out to Brother Brooks. Prisoners of war. That's what we were. We weren't nobody's docile, demure, subhuman, indentured servant. That we weren't never on that kind of time. They bred that madness into us. But man, we was fighting tooth and nail. Shout out and glory to Haiti, man. The first place to liberate themselves from slavery. The only. And you see how they keep their foot on their neck. Shout out to Haiti, man.
When the torture and stuff they went through, So this was when I integrated. We was in 7th and 8th grade.
This was an all-white school before.
Yes. This was all.
Okay, so do you remember those? Do you have any memories? Like what was it like walking up here and, up until that time it was only black and then you come in and it's white. What was that like?
It was different, but we knew white kids and stuff, but we're not to be learning and sitting with them every day,
Okay,
and,
so were they?
Well,
were kids, and they.
We were just kind of, the black kind of stayed to themselves. The white was still just stayed to themselves, like they were done,
Okay.
Until you start, and when we start, getting more into learning each other, and in the class is when things.
This is remarkable. Like you said, this stuff was not that long ago. That's why we got to give grace when needed. But we got to cut out the ignorance. Shame and accountability is always in the room. But like this dude said, he ain't that old. He said, yeah, I was the first people integrated. In 7th and 8th grade, we were being integrated into the school for the first time with white folks. I mean, come on now. This dude ain't, 300 years old.
My goodness. There's different theories on integration now. Integration, yeah, it was a curse. So it appears, it appears it definitely was, and I think even MLK said that, right? I believe, if I may quote him loosely, he said that he fears he has led his people to a burning building. And I think he was referring to integration. It just wasn't what we thought it was going to be. Equal rights, nothing equal. Now you really going to see how unequal things are. Yeah, we're going to put it right in your face. But I think we need to celebrate one another's differences, not try to all be the same, because that we are not.
That part. Now we got another super chat here.
Appreciate you, Rachel. Better say it 3 times. She says AI data centers are being built in melanated people's towns, Richland Parish, Louisiana. What's that? Bessemer. Alabama, South Memphis, Tennessee. This one made by Elon Musk, creating severe risk by poisoning the air and water. This pollution causes cancer and severe asthma. This is not how they do us. Yeah, they're gonna put all these places up, the 5G cell towers and stuff in the hood. Why not? Y'all, what y'all gonna do?
Bessemer, that's where Big Dime at. Bessemer, Alabama. Where Big Dime from.
This is where Terminator gonna start spawning from. These gonna be the hot zones in the hood.
Big Dime and Elon AI.
Think about it. Think about how white man say, you know what? Let's put all of these risque AI data centers around the folks we really don't care about. So if things go south, there'll be little collateral damage when we gotta contain it.
Yeah.
In the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
There we go.
Started getting a little better,
Okay.
That was the church what Martin Luther King came to years ago.
Oh, wow.
And they see it broke it, tearing down now, so they built a new church over there.
So a lot of people in these homes, you think, are living off food stamps?
A lot of these back in here, yeah, pretty well. So this statue, they waiting to move it. He was a big slave owner, so they don't want no memory,
Yeah, understandable. But okay, where do you draw the line on that? So Thomas Jefferson, like everyone in those times had slaves, right?
Yeah.
Like Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah.
So what do we do with that?
Well, it's all over now, and that's why you see the days now, they want to take history away, because of the people was done that kind of.
They said everybody had slaves. So he start with this statue here, the statue being taken down. He say the guy was a pretty big slaver in the area and people don't like him. They done tarped him and they preparing to take it down. And the dude said, well, where do we draw the line? I mean, everybody, Benjamin Franklin, this guy, that guy, everybody had slaves. So
I guess it depends on how their history is written. What's hold up now? No, if I live in a town and the majority of the folks look like me, and you got this big old statue in the middle of downtown with a man that's done pillaged, raped my folks. See, you can't try and get me tree. I ain't tarping the dang on thing. Eyes hook my pickup truck up to come on, man. YouTube purposes.
Yeah, man, this is wicked.
He was a big slave owner, so they don't want no memory,
Yeah, understandable. But okay, where do you draw the line on that? So Thomas Jefferson, like everyone in those times had slaves, right?
Yeah.
Like Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah.
So what do we do with that?
Well, it's...
And like Mr. Walker said, to hell with all of them. We must understand those were not righteous people. Like you said, if you white, that's your culture. You can ride whatever wave you want. But as melanated folks, the truth about MAGA for people of color, that's the title of tonight's show. The truth. Whatever they taught us in school, we were being indoctrinated. All that Christopher Columbus, all these people, Benjamin Franklin, he discovered electricity, all this stuff. We were being indoctrinated to make these seem like great people. Lincoln freed the slaves. No, these were tyrants. These were horrible people, not to be celebrated by us. So yeah, granted, if we want the statue down, if you got enough power to get it down, take them down. But for white folks, of course, they don't want them down. It's their culture.
It's power in that. They are immortalizing their ancestors. This gets me so triggered. They immortalize their ancestors. They continue on. They let that powerful, successful energy continue to move on. Pull it down. All of that success came off the blood of my people. Absolutely not. And like you said, we don't know who these folks be. Shout out to my old college coach, Coach John Luckhart. I remember one year, all of a sudden, he started raising heck about changing the name of our stadium. And I was like, what's wrong, Coach? He said, wasn't a good person. Yeah. Even today, it was like, he didn't want to say, said, Jess ain't a good person. That name got to come off this stadium. Because, most of the players are black naturally play football. So it's still happening to this day. No, we're not going to continue to celebrate this evil. If y'all want to keep the statue up, let the surrounding community be his folks. Then y'all can sit there and put flowers around his damn feet. But we're going to pull it down.
That part. So we still up here cooking. We will be dropping the link here shortly. I see Sister Ebony. I'll drop the link for you, Ebony. The rest of you niggas got to wait.
Ebony about to come on screen, dressed in all black.
Here we go.
It's all over now, and that's why you see the days now, they want to take history away, because of the people who's done that kind of thing.
Right.
What have we done? Have we just getting rid of all that? I don't care, and a lot of folks don't, but a lot of folks still do, and a lot of folks still got gripes about it. And like I said, that's why this ain't the only place. Down in Winona, they got stuff they got to moving them out and stuff,
But then it gets sticky because, as with the times, like our founding fathers, the people that wrote our Declaration of Independence, did amazing things, also had slaves.
So then, what are we going to do with that stuff? We're going to get rid of that stuff too?
We're going to get rid of our money and take their faces off everything, and that's where.
There you go. So like you say, I mean, you can only go so deep down the rabbit hole. I don't think folks got that much power. We ain't about to start taking faces off money, but taking statues down, I think folks you could raise enough fuss to get that done. But you start talking about changing, the Declaration of Independence and changing the money, all this stuff. Nah, you ain't that powerful. We take some statues down. We'll change the name of a street, couple things, but you start talking about the Munyon, nah.
Y'all got that. You can have that. But I ain't gonna, if I was in this town, I would be hell-bent on getting that statue down too. I get it. No, that could come down. Because I understand the power of symbolism. I'm about to sit here and keep looking up at that. Ain't no way. That is psychological warfare. I'm trying to tell you something. There ain't no way. Yeah, get that down. Hey, I don't like this interviewer. Yeah, he just like
or this dude or the interviewee.
Yeah,
it's all too bar, man. I'm like neither one of these.
Like you said, this brother, this is heavy conversation. He's smiling the whole time. Like I said, the whole pig and cotton thing. Not really. I'm like, come on, brother. It's some ignorance.
He's doing good. He get the fruits of he get all the fruit. Right? Look, he got his chain on. He driving Cadillac.
You see what I'm saying?
Cadillac trucks. He got acres. He's like, hell, they had it rough. I feel bad for him, but got my acres and
like I ain't hating on the brother, but it's some nigga tree on this screen. I wanted to leave it alone, but yeah, that Escalade, it's always in the background too. That old Escalade, they don't even make them no more. Them things was kind of cool. I got story. God dang it. But it's ignorant. He got this early 2000 aluminum full chain on. Yeah, like, come on, man. I just don't like the optics at all.
It gets sticky,
I got you.
I don't know. It's a tough topic.
It is.
But the way I was brought up in my education, like we were hammered pretty hard.
Yes.
With the history. And I'm glad it was that way. We were taught the big events and how bad it was, and we learned about the history, and then growing up in the 90s, it's like, I don't know, I thought it was somewhat in the rear view mirror.
Look at them leather seats. Listen, that was high end. That was the Avalanche version of the Cadillac. As y'all know, General Motors owns Cadillac, so when you see Chevy, that's all GM. Cadillac's all the same thing. So it's on the same chassis as the Avalanche, but it got different technology. People don't understand that Cadillac is the technology division of General Motors.
Experimental technology.
Yeah. So all the stuff that's going to come out, it's going to be in the Cadillac 10, maybe 20 years before you see it inside of a Chevy or a Buick. Cadillac done had it already. So they do a lot of their experimental, new stuff. Cadillac get it first.
Hey, this one here, I like this one with the pickup bed, even though ain't nobody used it for as a pickup. But I never forget, as a kid in the hood, and some old sugar daddy about looked like him was in this hole in the wall bar in town, and he had bought one of these white pearl, Escalade trucks. And I never forget, this was whenever remote start first came out, and he would sit in the bar. He would keep remote starting his Escalade. And it was like we in the hood, we in the backwoods country, just like this. And he just kept starting. Everybody was amazed. Oh, girl, his car started by itself.
Wicked.
Appreciate your deep thoughts coming through this evening, brother. Thank you. Says integration changed black girls from loving black dolls to white dolls. Are these the original sellouts? I wouldn't say not. They didn't know what was happening. Like I said, that's psychological warfare, man. Yeah. Appreciate your sister Ebony Dean coming through. Been a member for 2 months. Says this topic is everything. Salute to you fellas. I know this right up your alley, sister. Appreciate you, Rachel. Says FYI, NVIDIA plans to invest up to $100 billion in OpenAI to build more data centers at Lions for Lambs. This is a big deal. It is not going to get anywhere. No, it's not. It's not. They are already anticipating on AI. What is that called? Not synchronizing, but whenever it starts to realize, become aware of itself. I forget what that's called. They're already anticipating that. Terminator type stuff.
Yeah. They say some people are saying it's already more intelligent than the people controlling it. It's able, like you said, it's able to start regenerating itself and creating prompts on its own. It don't need human assistance. It's getting legs, if you will.
It's doing what we feared, but it's inevitable. But supposedly there's things put in place. Yeah, synthesis. They said that's already taking place. And supposedly AI's IQ right now is 120. Like that's in every topic known to man at 120. I think the average IQ is 100. It's at 120 already. Or yesterday it was. Shout out to Frederick Albert. Says Social Security started by FDR into law on August 14th, 1935. The first federal system for old age people. Appreciate you, Frederick.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Vicky. Says taking down statues is erasing crime scene evidence. You know what? Shoot, make it look like a crime scene. Yeah, make a cast of that ninja on the ground, bleeding. Then shoot, have him standing tall.
Well, it's already documented. Like I said, we got the photos and whatnot. So
put a plaque. Yeah, put a plaque to explain that. You got to put him up there. Yeah, put a plaque. You know, here in this place was this blah blah blah. He won't worth a dang. In memory of him, may he rest in urine. Shoot, heck.
So what you got, Sister Ebony, before we get back into it?
Oh, I got a whole lot to say. But thank you guys for this topic today. And man, where do I start? Well, first we can talk about the statue and how if we can change the Washington Redskins into another name because of, of the feelings that people had because they were Native Americans, they can surely take these statues down because these statues were based on all white supremacy and everything. Take those statues down and put statues up of people who built this country and all of the inventions and the creations that we, did in order to build this country. So it could be replaced with a whole lot of stuff because we built this whole country. So those statues can be taken down.
That I wouldn't compare taking down statues to reprinting money. That ain't even apples and oranges. Like I said, that's one statue, or I don't care, a dozen all over the country. Yeah, the people that stay there should have say so. What happened to power of the people? If the masses say it comes down, why don't it come down?
Well, this is what happens when they do. I'll let you go, Ebony, but we got to unite. This is why it's important for us to be at City Hall and know who the mayors and some of these people are and get stuff done with, y'all are the taxpayers. So you have to show up.
There you go. Amen. Got to be involved. I agree.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people showing up and voicing their opinions on a lot of stuff. And the more people that do it, the better. At a local level, it starts at the local level, and then you can take it all the way to a national level. So that's something that we can do too. But yeah, as far as this whole, I'm so triggered with him even talking with this man and this man is acting like he doesn't know what's up, like he doesn't know the history or whatever. So it's like, man, like you already know these things. So with all the deep rooted history and everything, and he was talking about the presidents who had slaves, and I know they were talking about Thomas Jefferson, and they were trying to portray. I remember there was an article that was put out a couple years ago because all of his offsprings that he had with the slave that he was with, they were trying to romanticize the relationship and making it seem like it was because they were of color, she was of color, and that's why they couldn't come out. No, that was our word. He worded her. And when he bought her, she was like 14 years old and had all these babies with him. And yes, she did have a room in his house or whatever, but it was still our word. She was still there against her own will. It was still not right. And all those descendants are going back and trying to get, the land and stuff because they are his descendants. And so I'm not sure where they're at with that right now, but they were taking a stake into like Martha's, or was it not Martha's Vineyard, but the land that he had and all that. So that was like a really big deal because they were his descendants.
That like waterfront property. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I forget what it was called. Not some head.
It wasn't Martha's Vineyard because that was
not Hilton Head. No.
Well, Hilton Head is in South Carolina, and the thing with Hilton Head, they're trying to build on that land and that property. They're trying to build resorts over there. They're trying to do all this stuff, but those are burial lands. Like there are still our ancestors were buried there, and so those descendants are trying to fight to keep that land because all that is like Gullah Geechee land and all that. Yeah, so that's like a really big deal. People are fighting, trying to get that land and stuff back, but they are trying to build resorts and trying to gentrify it. So
I'll tell you what, man. Yeah, shout out to the Gullah Geechee folks. Rick Ross better do something about it. He always keeping a name in his mouth, always claiming that you got all the millions. Don't be let, because they already they keep trying to take up their land. Yeah, somebody of power and means, I believe, got to step up and help the cause, man.
Yeah, and even with the Gullah Geechees and stuff, we always, make fun of the down south dialect and stuff because they talk country or whatever, but they talk like that because they were the only people that were able to still keep that original dialect. And so all the country words and stuff that they say, that's actually just a mixture of the African and native and all of that dialect. So I stopped making fun of country people because I'm like, they're the ones who only kept that native dialect. We were all kind of indoctrinated to like an actual English dialect, but they still kept theirs. So it's not gibberish, it's not country and all that. No, they have that original dialect that our people actually spoke with, along with the Tut language.
Yeah,
that's it. That's another thing. We created our own language in order to communicate with each other, in order to escape bondage and all that. It's very easy to learn if you're able to get a hold of the manual and stuff. It's actually so dope how our ancestors came up with that in order to communicate. And they all, the white people just thought it was like gibberish. Oh, they're not smart. They're not thinking right. No, we figured out a way to communicate without you guys knowing what we're saying. So
yeah, I sent that to my wife. She gonna print it out, and we definitely gonna learn it. She said it's easy. I didn't really look. I seen a little bit. I just skimmed over. I saw this is dope, and I sent it right to my secretary, and she gonna print it out. And heck, shit, I love that. That's empowering.
Yeah, I've been teaching my son too, so it's really cool, and it's actually very easy to learn once you get to know all the sounds and everything. It's super easy to figure out. So.
And things like that, I believe, especially when you're gonna have your own community. All secrets aren't nefarious and bad. Some things need to be kept under lock and key. And then when, like Mr. X said, you'll go to a far off country and you don't know the language, they be sitting there communicating right in front of you, getting stuff done, and you don't know which way is up. Like, do you not understand how powerful that is? You got your farmland, some intruder try to come in, I don't know. And you could talk right in front of his face and, you know what I'm saying, talk to folks, and he don't know. He can't respond. He can't hear you saying, hey, go grab the toolie. He don't know what you said.
Right.
Let the dogs out. He don't know what you said. Hey, mom, go let the hounds loose. He don't know what you said.
Right. And even just like being at the nail shop, they're talking all that and we don't know what they're saying. But we created our own language. We have our own language and our own culture and everything. And so we can still communicate with each other. There are a lot of chat rooms and different things where you have to be able to speak the language in order to be in. And they talk a lot about our culture and kind of things that we're working on and everything. And so it's important to learn. If you're ever able to get a hold of the language and learn it, it's so beneficial, and share it with your loved ones, because we have to preserve this culture for the next generations. Like we were not just slaves, that we were so much more than that. And so, yeah,
I agree 100%. So we're going to let this keep going. We got a lot more to get through. We'll drop the link here a little later. Hit the like button.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's what now.
And now it seems like it's coming back.
Yeah.
Like we're getting pitted against one another again a bit.
I got you.
And it's not the MLK message of quality, content of character, not color of skin.
Yeah.
It's turning more into identity.
Yeah.
And maybe not here, but I'm just saying, like, from
place.
the powers that be, it seems like it's more like that. And I just want to not care about what anyone is.
Devin, I tell you, I treat people how they treat me.
Same.
Same. Yes. And I don't care what color you are,
Yeah. But you can't talk about Mississippi or the South without talking about this history.
You're right. I
don't want to glaze over it.
No. I don't mind. And every now showing you, where the plantations and all that.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Booker T, what's going on in here?
All right. We're having some raccoon today. We're having fried crappie, fried chicken. My sister cooked the fried bread here. Kind of like little pancake bread. Rita cooked some black-eyed peas and some greens here too. And okra.
First run in with raccoon.
Okay.
So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. Just like a nice roast.
Oh.
Huh?
Oh. Well, Booker T, thanks for that.
Yes.
Yeah. And they're eating that rack. Yeah, delicious. Yeah. They don't know. They got them eating whole cakes. Raccoon, this is what you got there.
Yeah, well, the raccoons and stuff. The thing, I've never eaten raccoon. I don't go that far into it. I don't eat any meat, but definitely not raccoon or whatever. But the thing about it is, we knew how to grow the spices and everything. We knew which spices went with different foods and everything. That's why to this day we're able to season our food so well and everything. So we made everything taste good. And the thing about like hush puppies and everything, I don't know if you guys know the history of that, but we made those hush puppies in order when we were escaping slavery. We made those hush puppies to give to the dogs and stuff that would come and try to come after us. And so we would throw those hush puppies at them for hush puppy. So they would be eating those while we would escape the land. So there's a lot of culture and deep history within even the foods that we created. So
I tell you, that made my heart smile. Made that man eat that coon because I ain't eating no coon. That little squirrel, I need some exotic meats to me. Yeah, squirrel, bear, bison, deer. Yeah, but that coon, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, but I can't stand no raccoon.
Yeah, that's disgusting. I don't know. There's a one guy, he's on Facebook. I don't know if y'all seen him. He be all the dude, he ain't got no teeth. He always catching the coons. Damn, he a whole character. Maybe we'll bring him up one day.
Yeah, see, raccoons eat trash. I just don't like they all weird and they move funny. And they be trying to eat our chickens too. I get it. I like all animals. I do not like a raccoon. I would do some mean things. No, I would.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Vicky, coming through. Oh. Shout out to Devil Games. Been a member for 1 month. Says they are trying to bring back the Redskin name. Shout out to Washington. Appreciate you, Uncle Caesar. Says since Ebony turned her back on us with this black and gold, I'm wearing Giants gear this Tuesday night. After I get stomped out, I'm blaming Ebony.
Hey, we won last night, so I'm feeling my dad's spirit because he was a big Steeler fan. So I had to rock my gear today, and we're talking about our history, so it all goes back to Washington, PA. So I had to represent.
And shout out to Devil's Game. Yeah, talking about the Redskin. I guess that got to do with T Money. I'm sure he behind that. So yeah, that's part of MAGA, right? The truth behind MAGA for people of color. That's part of it. T Money said, y'all gonna let them bully y'all into changing that name? Let's switch it back.
I mean, did they consider that derogatory?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the Native community, they went in. It's definitely, Redskin. As far as they concerned, some of them say yes, some of them say no. When they were going through it, I remember at the time they were interviewing people. I don't know if they were paying them, but they were saying, no, I don't take offense to it. But a lot of them were saying, don't listen to them people. They being paid. It's derogatory. They changed it. We talk about $1 billion corporation changed the name for a reason.
They did. Like, yeah, I seen that one. Like, what is it? Commanders? What's that? But yeah, that's intense. They did. This was when they was changing everything. The Aunt Jemima syrup. Like, I missed that bottle. I never bought it. But I said, hey, Aunt Jemima, like, I don't know. Give us some bread. Like, don't take her face off. Make some of the proceeds go towards something that benefits us.
Right.
I don't think it was insulting having this image, this bottle of a black woman on it. I didn't find that to be insulting at all. Just, I don't want, folks that shouldn't be getting paid off of again. But I don't know. I never understood that whole deal.
Well, the reason why they put the Uncle Ben's and Aunt Jemima and all that on the bottles is because people wanted real products back in the day. So it was like the real McCoy. So they would buy the products because they knew that the black people were representing it, and we were the ones who were cooking and doing all this stuff. And so that was used as promotion because people weren't buying it if our name, if our faces weren't on it, because we were the real McCoy. So That's why it was put on there. And even looking at that Pearl Milling Company now, like it doesn't have that same pop. Like I just look right past that bottle and grab something else because I'm used to seeing, you know, I get the mammy thing, but it was used to market because we were the real deal with all these food products.
There you go. Yeah. And that's what I say. I understand their hate as much as they couldn't stand us and thought we were subpar. They needed us, and we showed them every day. If it was our food, our ingenuity, just our brilliance. Yeah, I understand the hate.
Yeah, and even with Sweet Baby Ray's, for the longest, I thought that that was a black man that owned that company, and he's a straight up white dude. So, but who would have thought that's, you know, he would have that name? But he marketed it right because he knew if he had Sweet Baby Ray's, people would buy it because that's like the real McCoy. We thought that that person was black, and it is a good barbecue sauce, but he knew what he was doing. So
I can't stay. I ain't gonna hold you. I can't stand Sweet Baby Ray's. But also, Patty LaBelle, those patty pies. The Patty LaBelle ain't got nothing to do with them pies at Wally World. Right. Those are owned by Walmart.
Yep.
She just let them put her face on there. She didn't make them. She did nothing to those pies. She said, you can put my face on there.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you, Rachel. Says, Gav, when you were in New York City, did you go to the African Burial Ground and Museum in Lower Manhattan? It's very interesting. Holy cow.
No, but I went to the Rise. And they actually had a little montage in there about it. It says the African Burial Ground. Where we at? As New York City grew as a major trading port and financial capital, the economy was very reliant on the slave trade. The practice of slavery was introduced by the Dutch West Indian Company in 1626, and it ended in 1827. However, visitors were able to continue to bring enslaved people to the New York City, this site here until 1840. So it says during the 17th century, the African Burial Ground emerged as a site for exclusive use by residents of African descent, banned from cities, church graveyards. Purchased from the Dutch in 1630, the burial ground site shown on this map here in Lower Manhattan above, it was used until 1795. All right. While the designation on the map above is no longer appropriate language, it shows where the site, now properly known as the African Burial Ground National Museum. So it's a museum now. That was a mouthful.
Holy cow. Yeah, I didn't even know.
What was it, like a sanctuary city, if you will? I don't know.
New York, up north? I can see that, yeah.
So it's right here near Central Park and all that. So y'all know the history with Central Park.
Exactly.
So all that stuff is right there in Manhattan.
Right.
And Manhattan, one of the richest places on earth now. That's where all the buildings and everything is. That's where Times Square is. All that's right there by the African Burial Grounds. Yeah, I was right in it. I didn't go see it, but it's all on that little stretch there.
Holy cow.
New York was like a huge hub for slavery and stuff. Everyone thinks it was down south and stuff, but a lot of that stuff started in New York as well. So the slaves were there too. That's why some of the like the richest millionaires they bought themselves out of slavery and stuff, and they were able to set up the neighborhoods and stuff and the communities and stuff up there, and really started making it like with the black towns and all that. So we have deep rooted slavery history in New York as well. So
holy cow.
Yeah.
A lot. But yeah, still there. Next time I'm gonna check it out though, Rachel.
Appreciate your brother Frederick Howard. Says Ebony Dean, this is truth over lies. If they truth the lies won't stand, my glistening sister. Appreciate you, brother Richard Media. Hopefully we see you today. Says Mr. Walker, if no one told you and it was mixed in the stew, you would not know it's raccoon. I'm buying that. Yeah, you can get me that way, but don't tell me it's coon because I ain't gonna try it. Appreciate you, brother Tyrone. Says, I can't talk about this. Brings up too many feelings. Please understand these have never changed. So you understand my feelings towards them. Yeah, you know what? We are able to not get so emotional about it whenever just growth. I feel you. I've been there before. I feel you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you, Rachel. Says no, New York City, sanctuary city. They were selling slaves on Wall Street. Yeah, see, yeah.
So there you go. Okay, so what? No sanctuary. So that's where that's where the trading was going on. So that was Wall Street before Wall Street.
There you go. That's it.
The slaves here, and like you say, between 1626 and 1827, this was the hub.
Yeah, we were the original stock. The stock market, we were the original stock. We were the most expensive commodity in this country during those times. So
that's insane. That's 100% accurate. Can't nobody dispute that. We were the number one stock. Like we literally built everything. Somebody was in the chat, blocked them. They said, what did y'all build? Like literally everything. Us and the Irish.
I think the question y'all need to ask, what did we receive in return for everything?
Yeah, exactly.
I think they be asking the wrong questions because we can sit here and talk about our accomplishments with not a lot to show for it as far as finances and resources. And white folks will be like, there's no way y'all did this work and y'all ain't get paid for it. That's the part that is egregious. So yeah, we did the work. They like, why don't y'all own it? Granted, like since a rabbit hole, y'all know we could be up here all night. It's a rabbit hole. But it's two different arguments y'all having here.
There you go. Yeah, we got nothing to show for
it. Finance it. We didn't say all of that now, but yeah, we were tortured into it, as we said.
Well, and the thing about it is we knew that we had the skills in order to do it. So whenever, the white settlers and stuff came over here, they didn't know how to grow crops and do all this stuff. We knew the land, we knew the terrain. We were so connected with the animals and the land and the nature. That's why whenever we were fighting in the wars and stuff, and when we escaped and we hid out in those swamps and stuff, we were able to live in those swamps for hundreds of years going undetected because we knew the animals, the land, and the terrain. We knew how to survive because we were already here. We knew this land. And that's why they can never come get us out of those swamps, because they didn't know the land. They were scared of the alligators and the bears and everything. We knew the land. And so that's why we were able to maintain in those swamp communities. And they were never able to come in and get us out. They were scared to go in there.
Shout out to the Maroons.
Yeah.
Nanny and the Maroons and the Gullah Geechee.
Yep. And the Great Dismal Swamp down in between Virginia and North Carolina is where a lot of them escaped to. And I was actually able to visit there a couple of years ago, and just going there and going into that's such sacred land. Like you get an overwhelming spirit, like you can feel the ancestors speaking to you when you go there. I can't explain it, but it's just what it is. Yeah. It's a big deal.
Shout out to Indigenous Stallion. How you doing, brother? Says, I will recommend that everyone check out the book Fixing Americans' Broken Promise by Dane and Tanisha Calloway. It explains the issues with solutions of indentured servitude in America. Okay, Indigenous Stallion. Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate that, brother.
Yeah! Shout out to the brother EV Ray. How you doing? Says, no one in Glaze Galaxy is stunting the Steelers. Appreciate your Devil Games. Says, slaves back then were just considered products.
That's it. 3/5 human. Yeah.
Shout out to Rachel. She says, I said it on an earlier Truth Over Lies that melanated slaves were sold with mortgages on our backs from banks. That's why they had to get the runaway slaves back. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, there were insurances on them and everything. And so when they would go up, like on the Black Fridays and when they would on the Sundays, when they would sell the slaves, they would put them on platforms, and they would literally, you would just be just have something covering your private areas, and they were looking at your muscles, and everything was determined on your stock, how many kids that they think that the men and the women can produce. They would sit there and pick at you, and your fee was based on what they think that you could produce for them. So that was like a big deal.
Sounds a lot like the NFL Combine.
Right. It's very similar to that. You're right.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Shout out to Brother EV. Says, Ebony, we don't play at Great Dismal Swamp here.
Oh, what do you mean, Evie Ray?
We ain't going down that rabbit hole.
Okay.
If you're just coming in, make sure you hit the like button. We are talking about MAGA, the truth about MAGA for people of color. Here we go.
Every man, woman, and child in Mississippi can rationalize how they have always been friends to the colored man. All of a sudden they wake up here one morning and are told that what the way they've operated for the last 100 years is wrong. This is a hard thing to just tell a man that he spent his life doing something wrong. He doesn't have to believe it. And then all of a sudden, we're some kind of demon. If you live in Mississippi and run a cotton plantation, you're supposed to be some kind of demon. This is the national image of a cotton plantation operator in the Mississippi Delta.
Humphreys McGee owns a 2,500-acre plantation in the Mississippi Delta. His mother's family has been in the state for 7 generations. And on his father's side, the McGees moved South Carolina. Charleston was the elegant capital of Southern culture.
Atrocities. So he pulled up. This is back in the 60s, I believe. That's the dates. Somewhere in 1960 something, maybe. Yeah. And he still has the plantation that he got from his parents. They got from their parents. They got, like he said, 2,500 acres. And they used to have more. They had about 4,000 acres. 4,000, but now 2,500 acres. Y'all know how big that is. And and he said, now this is where the tides is turning, right? Crop share and all this stuff is ending. And he like, now y'all want to demonize us. White man mad at this moment. Everything crashing down. Oh, now y'all saying we got to pay people to do this work that they've been doing for free? Y'all calling us evil? They like doing this work. No, they don't.
They don't.
That we didn't have the internet. All right. They thought this was it. And then folks was going north and coming back and like, this ain't it.
They had no contrast in life. They had nothing to compare their reality to. Otherwise, come on, stop it. This is wild. Look at that land. He can't even see the end of his property. Talking and got the nerve to be up here. God dang, I don't know. I guess they get used to 50-foot yachts and vacation houses in the Swiss Alps, and a vaults full of gold like Scrooge McDuck. I guess they don't want to lose these things. That's what I picture them having. I just picture them just partying, smoking cigars, Wolf of Wall Street type ish, just hunching on P2s.
Yeah, but just think about it, you guys. This is why the reparations is so important, because from the beginning of that time, they made in today's money, trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars off the backs of our people. And like you said, yes, they were able to continue to pass that down to generations. So if it wasn't for that labor, these banks wouldn't have been started. All these things would never have happened because we were the original products of this country. And so that's all the more reason why reparations is important, because without us, they would have nothing. And they need to pay on that. They made a promise that they were going to do it, with the 40 acres and a mule. They didn't do that. Now we put our taxes on it, and now it's up to $250,000 per person, and you have your paperwork in order, and we want our reparations, and we deserve it because we built this country.
You know what they trying to say now? They trying to say this time in history was a necessary evil. That is one of the most wicked statements I ever heard in my life. It was necessary, but we here now.
In the Mississippi Delta. His mother's family has been in the state for 7 generations. And on his father's side, the McGees moved South Carolina. Charleston was the elegant capital of Southern culture in the 19th century. Mississippi was the frontier. Attitudes hardened early. The old way of life has endured in Mississippi longer than anywhere else.
See, the Civil War is over, and regardless of the evils of slavery, these people understood each other. It was not some sort of medieval torture for a person to be a...
It was. And that's another thing. The Civil War is over. Exactly. And y'all lost. That's why the statues got to come down. All this is why we don't wave a Confederate flag any longer. Y'all lost. Hold the L. That's part of the problem. If y'all want to take it back, y'all know how to, the same way you lost it. But same thing with us. We talked about it with the reparations, but I understand it. I understand what the whole history of all of this. Ain't nothing just going to be handed over or put into a mailbox. All right. And like you said, the Civil War is over. So people say, why the statues come down? For that reason exactly.
Exactly. And everything that the Confederates stood for. I ain't trying to hear, oh, it's just my country heritage. I'm a white country boy. I play a banjo. No. The very foundation of the Confederate stood on the idea, something they called the fact, that the black man was subservient to the white man. That is their cornerstone. That is it. So yeah, you can kiss a foot. Yeah, you got to get it back in plasma. God dang it.
Right. Even with the Statue of Liberty, the original Statue of Liberty was a black woman, and she had shackles and chains and everything on her. And I think they redid it, if I'm not mistaken. You guys can Google that, but they kind of altered it to to make it look different or whatever. But that was an original black slave, because that was the origins of this country, you know.
And that was a gift from France.
Right.
Supposedly the Statue of Liberty was a gift from France, and it's supposed to be given to the United States after, you know, slavery was in. It's like, hey, which is wild, because France and Citibank owns the debt on Haiti, but still yet they're gonna give us a big copper statue of what was supposed to be a freed, I think she was still shackled, a black woman. But yes, a lot of tainted whitewash history.
Right.
Tenant farmer on a plantation, and I don't know anybody that's ashamed of the system, the way it worked. It's an impossible system to return to. With that mechanical cotton picker, one man could do what 150 men had been doing. This was the crowning blow to this system. Everything's geared to machinery. Where I used to have 83 families on the plantation, I have 15 boys working machine operators. But I will say that.
Think about that. So everything's been industrialized. And who doing the work? Black man. We always knew how to do all the work. So he said, once upon a time, it took 83 families to tend my 3,000 acres. I used to have 83 families. And the guy told us earlier, a family would consist of, 15 children and, mom, dad, uncles, cousins, a lot of people. And he had 83 families living throughout this 3,000 acre, plantation. But he said, now all I need is 15 young men to keep my machines running. 15 of these ninjas. That's it. Just all I need them to keep these machines. And one cotton picking machine can do what 150 people can do.
Are they getting paid accordingly or no? Ain't no way. Look at our brothers. I know this video is old, but it ain't that dang old, as Mr. X said. Like they getting taken advantage of something crazy. They sharecropping. He most likely giving a lot of them, if not all of them, room and board. I used to work for a guy that did like this. He would have Jamaicans come over from Jamaica for the summer when I was in college, and we worked for a moving company, and he would put them up in a little shack right next to our headquarters, and that's where they stayed. So part of their payment was room and board, and that was this up north. I know it's 10 times worse down there.
And I was gonna say, yeah, this was one of the first industrial revolutions. So, like you said, once upon a time, it was man. We needed slaves. We needed numbers. All right. We got to breed them, keep them coming, keep picking cotton and doing all this stuff. Now we need the machines. Now we just need a few men to fix the machines. We are witnessing this right now in 2025 with the AI revolution. Same thing going to go for people working at Walmart and McDonald's and all this stuff when the machines come and replace you, and they just need a couple people to do what used to take a whole staff. And this is just history. Stuff gonna keep evolving. Understand?
And the wicked part of this is, change and advancement is inevitable. At the very same time, as we observing these folks, however many families that was working this plantation, they were never given the opportunity or anything to do anything other than that. So it is 100% not uncivil to say, all right, the Industrial Revolution is here. 80% of y'all unemployed. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps and figure it out. They're like, all we know is picking cotton. It's all we've been doing, y'all. There has not been anything else available to us, not even close. And now you got folks out here just down and out. So we're going to acknowledge the extremely, I ain't going to say unfair, uncivil parts of this madness.
Yeah, and even with the machines and stuff that he has, we created all of those machines, and a lot of times we created inventions on the plantation that helped make our jobs easier and whatever. We couldn't get patents for it. The slave owners got the patents for it, but when we came up out of slavery, there were over 50,000 patents that we originated after slavery. So just imagine how many if we could have patented the things that we created during slavery. So all those machines and everything, we created that because we wanted to make our job easier. We just couldn't get the patents for it because we were, they owned us. And so a lot of those inventions and stuff that they talk about that the white slave owners and stuff had, no, we originated that. Like we even built the White House and all that. The first person, the lady who's sewn together the American flag, that was a Black lady. All the things that this country, their landmarks and everything, we did that. We created it. So we are the culture of this country.
Amen.
15 boys working machine operators. But I will say that the system we had was a system that on the surface developed a very outgoing, happy group of people. They're old people now, but these are the people that I grew up thinking I knew.
In the frontier days, slaves begged not to be sent to Mississippi, where their work was almost as harsh as the overseers. Resistance was often subtle, but seldom absent. A runaway slave said that each so-called happy song was a testimony against slavery and a prayer for deliverance.
Huh.
Man, they just up in there. Look at grandma. Ain't nobody happy. Ain't nothing to smile about. Salvation. People trying, you know what I mean? And this was in the 60s. And stuff was still, even to this day, y'all must understand, you can go to Mississippi in 2025 and stuff ain't too far, move forward in history. Stuff is lost in time, if you will. So
understand something, please. Everybody hear me, please. Whenever our prisoner of war ancestors was first introduced to this American Christian church house, they were not allowed to practice this form of broken Christianity without a slave owner in front of the church making sure they were teaching what they were supposed to be teaching. That is still in the church today. We never did this on our own, at least over here. I don't know about over in Africa. I'm talking about over here. We never was able to go into a church house by ourselves, have our own thoughts, and build our own relationship with God. Even there, the slave master had to be up front, and he went through a whole separate door. There were two doors. He went through one, and we couldn't even go through the same door as him. And then he stood up front and made sure the good ninja was preaching the right words. And once he made sure the indoctrination was complete, then he would say, y'all good now. I ain't got to do nothing else. So that's what I got to say about all this mumbo jumbo here.
Yeah, but you're right, Mr. Walker, about that. They were overseeing the church and making sure that we were preaching the right things in the church. But after church service was over and we went back to the plantation and everything, we were speaking in our Tut language and we were talking about the history that we have, and that's where all the gospel spiritual songs and stuff came from, like Kumbaya and all that stuff. That is all from us. And we use things like capoeira. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but it's like a
Capoeira,
yeah,
like the
it's like
martial arts.
Yeah, it's a martial arts and stuff. We use that in order to fight, and we played the drums and played music with it. The slave owners thought that we were just learning dance, but we were actually learning fighting techniques, which we used to escape from slavery as well.
There you go. Yeah, used it for the revolt. Yeah, Massa found out what them capoeira moves is all about when nightfall came.
Right.
Appreciate your sister Repink. Been a member for 2 months. Says hit the like button and F racism. Shout out to our pink sister. Appreciate you, Izzy DeVoe. Says anyone interested, please watch the mockumentary Goodbye Uncle Tom. It's the closest depiction of what slavery actually was, and tough watching but necessary. Okay. Money. Appreciate your deep thoughts. Says reparations supposed to erase and address a wrong, but today you have blacks saying reparations are bad. How can you address when you have blacks fighting against it? Shaking my head. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know Anton may say stuff like that. It's bad for money. Don't fix a problem. Uneducated folks with money ain't gonna make a problem better. So that's the only way I can understand that. But no, we need our reparations.
Yeah, we need our reparations, and we also need to look into who is actually saying that, because black is a social construct. It's not a race, So if you don't qualify, like you can be a black person and still not qualify for reparations if you are not from the lineage or whatever. So just look into the backgrounds of the people that are going against it. A lot of times it's because they don't qualify. So since you don't qualify, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't get it. Like, go back and holler at your home country or wherever you're from, and holler at the British and the French and all that, and get the reparations that you qualify for, and don't try to mess up what we got going on here.
There we go. Appreciate you, Izzy DeVoe. Says, I once told a white friend that the Confederate flag to black people is like showing that to a that. He finally understood what that it was so hurtful. Yeah, exactly. Appreciate your Devil Games. Says, give it 5 to 10 years. Robots will replace a lot of people. It's looking that way.
This system, in its best sense, was based on noblesse oblige by the landowner. But I don't have 83 families anymore that I feel like I'm the daddy of. I do not expect to ever have this relationship with the younger generation, the children of these men. They are oriented entirely differently. They grew up in the 50s. They're conscious of the change in the status quo.
All that. So it was all coming to an end. He like, look, we've been doing this for hundreds of years. But he said, this next generation, he said, I'm not going to have any connection with them. All right. They ain't like their mamas, daddies, and grandmas and the people. Nah, he said, we in the 50s. He said, these kids born now, they got TVs and stuff. Yeah, they look at me different. But he said, this dude on the screen, I still got control over him. But his kids, yeah, so I had to start building machines because they start making TVs and his kids know stuff, and they ain't so easy.
I hate the energy in this picture, man. Look at that man. Forced into a position to feel and approach this man like he's subservient. This guy sitting down in the car. Just so much disrespect in this thing. I'm surprised he didn't make him take his damn hat off. But like I said, the kids ain't with that. He talking about connection, not connection, control. Indoctrination is gone. Yeah, shout out to, our kids. Shout out to us. We ain't, no. You ain't better than me just because you got pasty skin. That's the energy here. I am subservient to you. There you go, Thanos. Yes, Mr. Cartwright. Yes, sir, Mr. Cartwright. My foot.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important for these next generations coming up that we teach them the history and everything, because each generation gets better and better. There are a lot of young people, even on YouTube right now, talking about our culture and fighting for reparations and teaching the other young people about it. So we are making a difference, whether people know it or not, and the word is getting out, and it's up to us to teach the next generations. And so if it doesn't happen in our lifetime, at least the next generation are going to know that this is what we fought for, and they can continue on just like we've done with our ancestors. So the fight continues.
I think a big part of our journey is to teach our kids, to number one, knowledge of self, but also have a chip on your shoulder without the hate. I know a lot of us are working on overcoming hate from what our ancestors been through, what we've been through, but that's something that is my dream for our kids, where they can still have that fire, but not the hate, because hate is misplaced energy. No hate.
Yeah. I was just going to say, sorry, I was just going to say real quick, I don't think that we have hate in our heart. I think that we want justice. We want justice. We have no feeling about going back and getting revenge or anything. No, we just want our money, and we want to be left alone so that we can do our thing. So there is no hate. We don't really have hate in our heart like that. Like, we're the most forgiving culture and everything. We've always invited everybody in. We've always shared our knowledge and everything that we've ever learned. And so that's really not in our nature. But we want our money, and we're going to fight for it. And that's all we want. And y'all can leave us alone. We'll leave y'all alone. Y'all just need to cut this check and let us do us.
They're conscious of the change in the status quo. They are fairly confused about what their position is. They don't want to be subservient.
From when I saw my mother and father and my brothers do while I was growing up, I feel that I don't want any of my kids to go in a world like this, because I know some days I saw my mother slaving from 6 in the morning in hot sun, 100-degree weather, from pulling a hoe in a field from 6 until night, with about an hour's break between us all this time. And my father doing labor that machines wouldn't even be made to do hardly. The labor that bad. And I feel that if we've been working this long and can't even own the shirts on our back, I feel that we have to take some drastic steps to make something happen, to make a change come about, because Mississippi's going to either have to change or there can be no more Mississippi. And we have to do this in any means that's possible. Through our parents, we've earned Mississippi. There's no question about it, brother. I mean, if my mother got there and sweated from morning until night, and you tell me I don't own anything she sweated on, I mean, how can that be? How can it be?
The white man does not want to give over his institutions, and that's what people fear that would happen. You just don't want to turn over the reins of everything and give up control. Who wants to give up control?
Way out. Okay, guys, get in the car. Let's go.
So white supremacy is undoubtedly a feeling that white people have all over the world. Of course, how the black man and the white man would live together has been the paramount concern of people ever since the Mississippi Valley was settled, especially when the greatest number were the black people.
Yeah, so y'all see them. This is what it looked like. Integration. 50s, black kids. He trying to make it seem like he an upstanding guy now. I'm just taking the boys out. Now this dude here, his whole lineage, pure evil. All right. And we don't want to know what's going on behind the scenes. Trust me, this ain't what you think.
If those little black boys had just as much chance to be the leaders and bosses like his sons do, then maybe. But understand something. This may look equal, but understand the pure indoctrination that's taking place. And you can play with our toolies, but you're gonna be our number one employee. Remember that meme? You are my new elite employee. That's what's happening here. Yeah, y'all, we the same. Yeah, you're my number one guy. You're gonna be my son's elite employees, the manager. We're gonna give you a key to the building. That's still happening today, ain't it?
Yeah, and right, and that's the difference with our country and our culture and our history with the white people from America, is that we have a very unique history with them, and so we always kind of look at everything with the side eye because we kind of know how they operate. Like, yes, there are some great white people and everything, but we kind of know how they operate. For example, like in other countries, like in the Caribbean and stuff like that, in Latin countries and everything, we in America during slavery and stuff, they treated us as slaves. Even if you were the offspring of the slave owners and everything, you were still out in the field and you were still treated like a slave. But in those Latin countries and everything, they treated them, they were still slaves, but you got a little extra, like you were considered Latin and you were considered Spanish, and they treated you like family, but you were still slaves. So we didn't have that. We had a distinction because we knew exactly what time it was with them. They didn't try to sugarcoat anything with us. We knew that we were slaves, and they didn't treat us like family. In the Latin countries, they kind of did, but they were still slaves. So we always had that distinction between the two. And so we, even till this day, we know what we're up against with them, and so we kind of look at everything with the side eye because we know the history, and so that's what makes us different from everything else.
Shout out to the brother EV Ray with his wild self. Says we not getting it because tethers can benefit.
Yeah, but Evie Ray, we don't need the tethers to help us fight for our reparations. We didn't need tethers or anybody else to fight for all of the other freedoms that we have. So we're not really asking for anybody's permission. Either you could fight with us or not, but we don't really need any of them to fight for what's ours. Like, Amen. They can go and deal with it in their own countries and figure it out.
Appreciate you, EV. Says, and tethers are the biggest FBA haters. You heard that, but we don't need them. Appreciate your deep thoughts coming through this evening, brother. He says, I see universal income for all due to the layoffs, but I see them fighting reparations prospects for us. They've been fighting.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, EV. Says, our problem ain't all white folks. Tethers work against us as well. Yeah,
it's true.
Appreciate you, Vicky. Says, read the ISIS paper. Rest in peace to Dr. Westling. Yeah, I think Denke used to talk about that.
Mm-hmm. Very good book, by the way. Very good book.
Yeah, I think we need to get on board with each other. All right, I don't think it got nothing to do with tethers, white folks, any of that. Black Americans cannot get on the same page with one another. Not even 20% of us. Not even. So yeah, we got to worry about that. I think we always so worry about other things. Oh, this, that. No, let's focus on each other. Hold our family members, our children, everybody. Let's get back to get the marriage rates up. All this stuff. We can't keep sitting around pointing fingers. Let's clean up our stuff, and all the rest, everything else gonna fall in place.
That's it. It's not just sayings and nursery rhymes. Change comes from within. We can acknowledge and understand that we have been affected by a lot of outside sources. Mm-hmm. However, the positive change comes from within. We can't look to those that had negative effects on our lives to have positive effects. You did this, they did. Like, yeah, we did. What you gonna do about it? Look at the man in the mirror and change his ways. Shout out to Michael Jackson. There you go.
Yeah, and we have a lot of work to do within our own culture, and so we don't want to absorb things from other cultures and everything. We have a lot of stuff to do in-house, and that's kind of why we're all focused on our people and getting the things that we need for our people. And a lot of other cultures are looking for us to help fight with all the things that are going on in the country, and we're just kind of staying out of it because there's things that we need to do within our own culture, and that's kind of our focus right now.
That part. And like you said, I think our biggest issue is being able to separate these times in the 50s and 60s to where we at today. Mm-hmm. I understand the plight of our people and all the history, but it's 2025. It's about to be 2026. We got to get something going.
Got to come together. Got to stop trying to fit in. It ain't about fancy trinkets. Let's get some land. Get some tiny homes and figure it out. Got to get a home base, man. Got to get the machine off your back. We can't think progressively, creatively when you constantly thinking about paying your $1,100, Kia bill.
That part. So we dropping the link here. You got to be cammed up. We'll be up here for a little bit longer, not too long. We ain't doing all the rabbit holes. We'll be up here and y'all can come up and state your opinion. Make sure you keep it YouTube friendly. Don't come up here and talk about nothing crazy or you will get dropped. And there's the link.
You see how I be stumbling over my words when I start to get passionate? That's because I respect the gun line that is YouTube, G Honda. I mean, want to say some wild stuff. Shout out to the Patreon. Y'all want to catch Mr. Walker using more colorful language? Check out the Patreon. Yeah, because I tell you exactly what I want to do to that going statue, boy. Talk about put a tarp over it. Man, please. I done told y'all I like a little controlled ignorance. Appreciate your Devil Games. Says need to fix the culture so bad. We trying.
So there we go. The link is in the chat. Y'all are more than welcome to come up. You got to be on camera and you got to have something to talk about. Don't come up here because you want to be up here now.
Baba T, where you at? Richard, where you at? That was an awesome surprise last show. Yeah, the OGs dropping their knowledge, dropping their gems, they war stories, growing up in the high-rise Chicago projects. Hey, shit, give us some more of that good stuff. Shout out to Unc you put on display, Gav. That's my guy. I like him. I'll be watching him talk about just his family heritage and just learning more about acquiring land, what it's all about, what it's going to take, being realistic. When my wife and I got to fix that. When my wife and I first started getting into like the whole, homesteading type movement, I was like, yeah, we're going to go get some land, raw land, and, have a stream, have our water come from a stream. Nah, I need some modern amenities. No outhouses, please.
Right. Yeah. You don't want to go too deep into it. You want to still have those. I feel you on that.
That's I want access to it. I don't mind, having candles and stuff, that's cool. But I want to be able to hit the lights not to get too dependent on what's going on. Yeah, if company folks come over. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want land just for me. I got this. I talked about in the Patreon. I would like to have, some nice land, have loved ones and trusted friends and folks come over and experience, what our family have, fellowship. That's what it's about. There is a sister or family on YouTube. I think it's called Green Heifer Farms. And is that it? Have you seen? I think she got that set up. It's like what they call like a boutique type farm, small, but she will invite people to come and it's like a what's it called? Bed and breakfast, some type deal, or Airbnb. Come stay, experience their daily life. They cook, foods for you. They got different herbs and teas. It's awesome. I like that idea.
Yeah. I haven't seen it, but I'll check it out.
Yeah, Green Heifer Farms. It's a whole bunch of. All I saw was sisters. It looked dope.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah.
Nice. Project Leroy, where you at? Come up.
Project Leroy graced us with his presence yet, but he graced us in the chat. Every time we ask him to come up, he tend to send a big super chat.
Yeah. We love Project Leroy.
Here we go. Who is that? The tyrant himself. What you got, G Honda? Let's see this. Can't hear you. Let's see this audio.
But no, I just want to touch on the farming thing. So, can y'all hear me loud and clearly? My mic broke the other day.
We hear you a little bit. We hear you.
All right. So basically with the whole farming thing, and salute to y'all, salute Ebony D. So with the farming thing, the Carolinas, they like number one for the tobacco. I hear you. I just want to touch on the farming thing. So
Go ahead, John.
Hold on. If y'all gonna come up, make sure you can't be watching on your phone, the laptop. Be camera ready. Don't be watching the stream on another device. Make sure your audio ready. Try to have a microphone if you can. All right, go ahead, Gianna.
No, so I'm gonna be brief. So basically, the Carolinas like number one in tobacco. I think it's Carolinas, Virginia, then Kentucky. So as far as me not to go down But with the black farmers, like a lot of them are being bamboozled and being heavily taxed because a lot of them are not contributing with like the tobacco and like doing their own thing with like fruits, veggies, like emus, chickens, and animals and such. But being that it's crazy and like tobacco killing like over 15, 20 million people per year. But like a lot of black farmers here, they not doing like the tobacco or contributing to like the tobacco. So like that's why they're being heavily taxed like crazy. So it's that's just a mess in itself.
Yeah, that's I was exposed to those, wild taxings, and like I said, the banks not granting loans this year to black farmers. I don't even want to take on that task. Like they talking about the highest self deletion rate is amongst farmers today. So I think is that still true? The highest self deletion rate, like because it's just they just in over their head, like they millions of dollars in debt, and you got to be in debt to try to keep up with certain demands. You got contracts. It's just so bad.
Yeah, and not to mention some of the chemicals that they're kind of forcing the farmers to use on the crops and everything, and that's kind of destroying it and altering the chemistry of the plants and everything. That's another thing because they're making certain pesticides and things mandatory and everything. So that's something I think that is a big problem. Also, we're not able to freely grow like we used to be able to because of the laws and the stipulations that they have. So
like it's down to the grain.
right.
I see videos where black farmers, they are given bad grain. They go and spending all this money to get the grain to plant their corn crops or whatever, and it's just bad.
Right.
And it's like, so what you gonna do? I couldn't imagine, like, who do you call? Nobody. Who do you turn to? Nobody. You got to figure it out, whatever that entails. And for a lot of folks, it entails getting another loan, going bankrupt, and that just can't continue to be a trend.
Yeah, that's because they want to have a monopoly on it all their own and be able to make all these super crops and all that. That is really not, especially with the organic farmers and people that try to do things the all natural way. There's a monopoly on it, and they are trying to take over so that they can control all crops. So it's unfortunate for sure.
Leon King, welcome in. What you got, oh dark lord?
On the subject, we talk about MAGA, people of color. What you got on the topic tonight, Leon?
Hi, Leon. Hey, Leon.
You gotta unmute yourself. You gotta unmute yourself, Leon. There you go.
Okay. All right. I think everyone has really good opinions concerning the subject tonight. So I really don't have much to add except to say that a 5-gallon bucket can grow potatoes and onions and tomatoes. A 5-gallon bucket.
I like that. Yeah. I'm big into. I like container gardens, brother Leon King. That's it. Container gardens. You don't have to go tear up the soil and do too much laboring. You can literally get you a Home Depot, Walmart 5-gallon bucket, and learn what soil you need in different fertilizers, so you don't burn your plant, and make sure they well nourished. It's a easy learning process. It's in our roots. Learn about soil, pH, Honda, and things like that. I know that roses like sandy, acidic soil. All right, shout out to my wife. So you got to learn these things, and like you said, you could grow sweet potatoes, onions, what is staple crops, things like that, right in buckets or larger containers.
When I was a kid, every place my dad lived, when I was a child, even in the projects, we had a garden. That little area that you had right outside your door that was all dirt, a garden, You don't have to have an acre for a garden. You can have a little small space. When I was a child, we went to the farm and we picked corn. And in Wilson, North Carolina, we have farms where, you go and pick your own. We go strawberry picking. You eat all you want, but whatever you take, you got to buy. But you can eat all you want. And in the South, it is well known that if you're hungry, you can go to any house, and knock on the door, black or white, and say, ma'am, sir, I'm hungry. There was a man sitting on the outside the convenience store that I went to one day. I was getting gas. He said, sir, I'm hungry. I said, what you want? He said, can you get me a bag of chips? I got him the biggest bag of chips I could find.
That's nice.
So it's like this. I got more years behind me than I got in front of me because I'm 56. And you don't get old by being a fool.
There are old fools.
There are old fools. Those are outliers. I've seen them. And they irk my spirit. Because they're not teaching the younger kids the truth. The elders are supposed to teach the youngers. The Bible plainly tells you that the older women are supposed to teach the younger women how to love your husband. That means that they don't know how to love this man. When they put my best friend in the ground, you know where I was? At a church picnic, because I didn't want to see him in the ground like that. He was my best friend. And I was there with a black woman surrounded by nothing but white folks. And guess what the woman's name was that I was with that had all natural hair? I used to love to play in her hair.
What was her name?
Her government name is Queen. Guess where Queen took me after I broke my shoulder at the orthopedic office? Yes.
Where? I have no idea. To church? I don't know.
She took me to the beach, and she didn't just take me to the beach. She took me to the beach where I wanted to go. And where I wanted to go, you ain't see no ninjas.
What? Okay, where we at right now? What does got to do?
First thing, Leon, how'd you break your shoulder? I think that's a better question.
My name is Leon King, but the Lord calls me another name.
How you break your shoulder?
He calls me.
That was a simple question, Leon.
I was thinking and drinking water all at the same time and walking at the same time. It went down the wrong way. I got choked, blacked out, stepped out the curb, bam.
You and broke your shoulder.
Huh?
So you fell and broke your shoulder.
I fell and I broke my shoulder. And guess what? When I came to,
did people see you? Did they see you?
There was nobody out there when I broke my shoulder.
Oh.
And when I came to, there was nothing but white folks around me.
Oh my God.
And they tried to get me up. And
you thought you were in heaven. You like Uncle Ruck, you thought you perishing with the heaven.
Yeah. And they got me up and I said, no, because I knew something was wrong. I said, call the ambulance. They said, are you sure? Because you know we do this here.
Color ambulance.
They got me back in there within an hour. They had me diagnosed in a sling and with the prescription for painkillers.
Diagnosed with a broken shoulder. Was you hollering? You act like you was calm. Was you hollering?
Oh, I was calm.
You was calm?
He was drunk, you said. He was drunk in some more stuff.
No. I was thinking about, because I had just had the MRI.
No, wait. You said you was drinking before you fell.
I was drinking water.
Mixed with what?
Just water. This is water right here.
No, saying the day you fell, you said you was drinking.
The day I fell.
So you just fell for no good reason.
I was walking, drinking, and thinking about what I was going to do when I got home. And the water went down the wrong way, and I got choked.
There used to be an insult my coach used to say jokingly. He'd say, Walker, you can't think, drink, and walk at the same time. That's a joke. That's when you don't do something athletic. It's an insult. But you were literally walking, drinking, and thinking, and you lost your balance in the process.
No, the water went down the wrong way. I got choked and blacked out just for a second and stepped off the curb and went down.
Sound good, Leon. Listen, all right. Leon, we're going to get back into it. We're going to get back into the subject now.
Okay. All right. You want to know the truth about MAGA?
Yeah.
The truth about MAGA is, and this is what I told the white woman during the, before the election. I told her, I said, look, no matter how much money that woman raises, she will not win the election. And she said to me, she said, why, Leon? I said, see, you are not hearing the silent ones. See, the white man is not so much going to tell you what he's going to do. He's going to do it.
Well, here's my thing, Leon.
Silent.
Leon, the show, just to get you back on, we are talking about the truth, not necessarily about MAGA and the 2025. What it stands for, Make America Great. What does Making America Great mean for people of color? All right, that's why we showed the old videos. That's what they want to go back to. Yeah. That's when it was great.
Exactly.
So what does that mean for you, Leon, and people like you?
That means that we should become self-sufficient, get our own land, have our own banks, our own everything. Pink Book lessons.
Let me touch on that, Leon. Let me write off what you just said. I agree with you. We got to become more self-sufficient. Brother Killer Mike, shout out to Killer Mike. He touched on this. As a people, we are in no position to boycott anything,
right?
Because we are not self-sufficient in any way, shape, or form. We can say and talk about growing potatoes, tomatoes in a 5-gallon bucket, but ain't nobody doing it. However, once you got land and you had that community and everyone could depend on one another, the Walkers over here growing sweet potatoes and okra and tomatoes. Ebony Dean and her clan, they over here growing something different, not the same, something different. And now we is gonna boycott, because guess what? When y'all retaliate from us boycotting, we got a water source, we have each other, we got resources, we got funds. We can do it. That's what it's gonna take.
And that's exactly what it's gonna take. And Mr. Walker, there are certain communities, even in New York, they call them community gardens. And if you work in that garden, you are able to get that food for free. There are community gardens, and we had them down south, right here in Wilson. We had community gardens, But even right across the street from where I live, a woman that I went to school with, her people own the place across the street, and they had a garden. The soil across the street is so rich, right? And the thing is, out at our landfill, they got decades of mulch, just as black as night, and anybody can go out there and get it for free. It costs $80 a truckload. Well, it did back then. A dump, you were hired the dump truck to go out there and pick up this mulch for free. So what the deal is, there are communities out here that are doing it. But as far as we're making it to, look, the grocery store makes it too easy. We're working 8 to 12 hours a day in these slave traps. Oh, I'm working for the government. I'm working for corporate America. Man, you're only going to get what they give you. The Constitution was written for rich white landowners. Ebony touched on that the woman that sold the American flag was that woman's slave. The anthem was written. There's a chorus in the national anthem, the original one, that was against the blacks, because the UK, England, said to the slaves, if you fight for us, we would give you your freedom. And Francis Scott Key wrote a nasty ass chorus about blacks leaving to fight for. See, the UK realized that with the conscience now, the UK is one of the racist nations out here.
Leon, you got to land real quick. I'm gonna get Ebony.
Okay, I'm a parachute out of here, but we need to become self-sufficient, because in all actuality, 13% of the population has no power, yet we have the largest caucus in Congress. So you tell me why we don't have reparations.
I agree. And also, Brother Cole, I see you backstage. Give me a thumbs up, brother. Okay. Also, I see it's more people backstage. Y'all got a cam up if you want to come up. I see a couple of y'all been coming in and out.
I could tell you why we ain't got reparations.
What you got, brother?
Because the people that we got that's in office, and when I say that, I'm talking about state representatives, senators, and stuff like that. They just going along to get along, man. They get in the back rooms when they talk about how they gonna vote, and they all say we gonna vote like this, and whether they really agree or not, they vote that way. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how I go. I got firsthand experience with that. That's why we not gonna get reparations. Because ain't nobody gonna fight for nothing. Ain't nobody making no moves. Whatever they higher up say they gonna vote for, and what they say they not gonna vote for, that's what they doing. Even if they know it's good for the community, they gonna vote no on it just because it's the Republicans' bill, and their excuse is gonna be, well, it's more of them than it is of us, so it's gonna pass anyway.
All right. So what's your take on that, Ebony? I'll get you in.
I think with the Black Caucus and everything, it's been infiltrated with a lot of Blacks who are not from the country, so they don't have any stake in the issue. There are a lot of like Black Caribbeans in the Black Caucus and people from other cultures and everything. So they don't care either way because they're not attached to the lineage. And so I think we need to put more people who are from the lineage and who can fight for us, because it's not for all Black people. It's for people that have a direct lineage to this country. And I think that is why it hasn't been pushed from the Black Caucus, because it's been infiltrated with Blacks from other parts of the world.
There you go. That cultural disconnect. And that's going to make it a lot easier for, like you said, Brother Cole, I hope we're saying it right. That's going to make it a lot easier for those individuals get there to be acceptable to get in their palms greased. That's what it's all. That's what's been happening. Yeah, we're gonna vote this way, grease my palms, and it is what it is.
Yeah. So what you got, Triple X? Welcome up, brother.
You muted. Welcome up, brother.
Salute to everybody. How's everybody going?
Good to see you, man.
All right. Likewise, Ebony decked out in the Pittsburgh gear. Watch out now. I ain't mad. They had a good game the other day.
They did.
Yeah, they did. Hey, all right. In regards to what's being discussed, because it's quite a few things that I've seen discussed up here. I haven't seen the whole live. But in regards to the reparations bill, I agree a lot with what has already been said. The reality is, even though we have a lot of black people in a lot of political positions locally and in Washington everywhere, even though we have those, it's two main problems. One is that a good number of those people are not from Black Americas. They're not Black Americans. And the other issue is that regardless of if they're Black Americans or not, they're not our candidates. Like when Jewish people put people in power, those are people directly from a Jewish lobby, small hat lobby. My bad. Yeah, so they will do their bidding in things that they want specifically because it's from their party, it's backed by their dollars, etc., etc. We don't have a pro-black PAC that are putting these particular people in these positions in politics. So they're not going to do our bidding. So people from the DNC, like the candidates they put in, they're not going to get out there and fight tooth and nail for reparations. That's not anything they're looking for. If anything, many in the DNC are going to be against that. So, and they're going to be against it on in the RNC also. So either way it goes, we don't really, even though we have color in there, it's not our real representation that's in politics right now. We don't have anybody in politics that is our real representation at this moment. Yeah, because we haven't put them there. And if one gets there, he has to go through the DNC or the RNC bidding in money to get there. So when he get there, he's going to do their bidding, and that's how that's going to work. Otherwise, they're going to get rid of you. That's how that's going to work, and your political career will be over.
Yeah. Okay, so what's your thoughts on that, Brother Cole? What's your take on it?
I mean, for the most part, I agree with him.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Do we think we need to be, because Triple X just hit on something about us not having representation, whether it be in Congress or in the police force or anything. Do we need to be raising our children and gear them towards this stuff instead of trying to make the next LeBron James or the next, Lamar Jackson? We need to be, trying to get our kids in these positions.
See, it's kind of a double-edged sword. I would say yes and no. Here's the reason. I say yes because we do need them. However, only if we can put together something so we can back them and they're our candidates. If we can figure out a way to somehow infiltrate or work out a deal within those groups to get our candidates in, and they have to do our bidding, yeah. But just pushing young blacks toward politics and they have to go through the RNC windmill or the DNC windmill, you're going to get the same results you're getting because it's black people there now, Yeah, but considering it's put in by their money, they have to do their bidding, and otherwise they're going to just get rid of them. So we have to find a way to put them there ourselves, and that's what's complex.
The thing is, we got to get in their pockets.
Yeah, money.
Every community figures out a way to get in their pockets.
Yeah,
and that's financing them.
Yeah,
which means the black community got to become an LLC some type of way.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That's what the small heads do. That's what the Europeans been doing for years. You know what I mean? We get in their pockets, then that's when we will have economic equality. As long as we're not in their pockets and they don't owe us no money, then what? They looking right over us.
Facts.
That's what I mean by learn the rules to the game. We got to learn that, You got, like you say, you got to become an LLC. You got to become a business. Like you got to, as families, we got to put ourselves in position to benefit from tax breaks. They don't care if we weren't taught these things. They don't care if we know if injustices got us to a point where none of this stuff was ever brought to our attention. We got to learn. Shout out to John Hope Bryant. Got to learn how to structure our lives by not being consumers and take advantage of tax breaks. That's the number one thing.
The black community has to become lobbyists. There needs to be the Black American lobbyist firm or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And that way we get in the pockets of these politicians legally.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, here go $1 million for what we all can agree on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We are not going to agree on everything, but the major points that we can agree on, this is what we can say that we won't push that through for us. You got $1 million.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
Instead of giving it to Cardi B to go shake her ass on stage, is crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Yeah, and like we were talking about before, if there's 43 million of us in the country, if we all gave $1 and gave it to a politician and discussed with them what we want our reparations, we want tangibles, we want things for our people. I think we have a better chance because we are letting them know what we want, and we're also backing it up with our money.
Here's the thing. There's not 43 million FBA of us.
Yes, there are, Gavin.
Anybody can represent as Black, whether you're Caribbean, African, on the census.
No, it's foundational Black Americans. That it's not included in with Caribbeans and
oh no, I understand. But I'm talking about that 43 million number as far as the U.S., as far as Blacks in the country. That's anybody with Black skin.
No, it's 43 million foundational Black Americans. And actually the number is bigger because not everybody fills out those census forms. We all don't fill out those forms. So there's even more than 43. We're talking about
so it's more. So it's more than 43 million of us outside of anybody not born in FBA.
Foundational Black Americans. Yes.
Okay. That's news to me. I did not know that was true.
Well, when it comes to the census, factually, they are talking about all Black people. You know what I'm saying? The census. Now, if you're talking about other statistics, I don't know studies, but the census is definitely talking about in America all Black people. So that could be African, somebody that's from Haiti. Now, if they in America, they're gonna classify them as Black. It's nowhere in the selection bar where they can say. I mean, they could put other, but that's not. Then it would be other.
That was my understanding. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, the number ain't that far off. It's probably like 30 something million of us. You know what I'm saying? The number ain't that far off.
And that goes to my point where I try to say I don't believe in the whole, all the tether stuff and all the division. Me personally, I don't subscribe to it. Because of that reason right there. I don't believe in dwindling our numbers, and we're already the minority.
Yeah. The only thing we gotta go ahead, brother.
I was gonna say, well, Gavin, I think the issue with us making us one big Negro, because that's not what we are. We all don't think the same, and we all don't believe the same, and we all don't have the
different values.
Here's my thing. I agree with me, but I think Black people in my own family don't agree with me. That's what I'm saying. Don't matter if you a tether. I don't care where you from. Like, we don't agree with each other. Black people born here.
But I could put it in this perspective. They look at, how can I put it? Like a European that's in Europe. That's how Africans kind of look at us. You know what I'm saying? We're not we see them as Black because some of them live around us. If you live in a hood, you know what I'm saying?
I don't disagree. What I'm saying is all Black people ain't Black people is what I'm saying. All that 30 million ain't gonna be like, all right, I'm with y'all. They're gonna be like, I don't agree with that.
Right. That's true. Yeah.
But it's about what the majority can agree on and what's best for the community. You know what I'm saying? We don't and you gotta have some qualifications for it to really matter about what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? If you a degenerate, we don't care if you don't like what we we don't care what you think about what we saying about this politician and they politics if you ain't never voted a day in your life anyway. Come learn something, and then you know what I'm saying, we get into it.
Yeah. I'll say this too, and I've heard this several times from several places. Only about 10% of blacks are going to be immigrant blacks in this country. The bulk are going to be foundational black Americans by far. The issue is that in a lot of politics, there's a high number of immigrant blacks that have infiltrated politics, and to a degree, they're becoming a voice for us, and they don't have our values in line. Like the one guy from New York, I forget his name offhand. He was on the Breakfast Club. He was speaking directly against reparations. So that's exactly what we don't need. So
well, that's why I asked you about getting our kids involved, and do we need to be more represented here. Not saying we need to stop playing sports or whatever. We need to change the representation in some of these places.
We're not supposed to quit. I agree. We do, but to do that, and I agree with what the brother said earlier, is that what's his name? Coel. Yeah, I agree with what he said. We have to have that particular PAC and or infrastructure to fund that candidate, so he can do our bidding, and nobody could be like, well, we're gonna vote him out. Nah,
but we need more than one person. I think it got to be hundreds. That's part of the problem. When you get one person, they end up putting you in the ground very easily. We need lots of them where they say, look, even if he gone, there's 100 more waiting. There's 1,000 more waiting. We can't keep trying to lift one person up.
No, I agree. We need that infrastructure that's together to fund multiple candidates at once.
Well, it wouldn't be like one person. It's like we could lobby a whole party. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Facts.
No, I agree. Yeah, definitely not one person.
Presidential candidate. Hey, here go 20 million from the black community.
Yeah. Well, it needs to be no different than how they're funding Jewish candidates,
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And other cultures, like they're getting crime bills and everything for their communities and stuff, their cultures, with the Asian hate crime bill and all that stuff. We need to have stuff like that in place for our people, and tangibles and things for us, and crime bills for our people, so that we are represented in that way as well.
Yeah, agreed.
Hey, shout out to the brother. Was it, how you say, brother? Coel?
Yeah, Coel. Yeah,
Coel. You said $20 million. I looked it up. How much it costs to run for a presidency? It costs about $2 billion to run for president.
To run for presidency? $2 billion?
$2 billion.
It's crazy.
Yeah, y'all know the kind of money they be. Kamala was spending like $200 million a week, something crazy.
I mean, but as a black community, if we lobby right, I mean, we could here go 500 million.
And there's no guarantee.
Here go 250 million.
Either you see what I'm saying? You're gonna spend 200 million, and there's no guarantee you go win.
Yeah, but what if we do win though? What if we do win? So
we got to be able to lose those resources. So there we go. We got to be willing to say, here it is. And if we
the black community spends $2 trillion a year, man. So
I
mean,
we got it. It's easy.
Yeah, 250 million ain't.
Yeah, y'all sound. It ain't easy. I wouldn't say.
I would say it is. If you could get all FBAs to put $1 a month up, $1, and I know. But if you can get them to put $1 a month up just for 12 months, that would be crazy money.
I mean, practically, if we been, in the perfect world, but we so fractured, divided, it ain't no way.
It's because I know how this goes. You start building up funds. All right, you get it.
Who in charge of it? Who be embezzlers? Too many trust issues.
Yeah,
who in charge?
It gotta be somebody that people like.
Yeah,
and that people trust.
Yeah,
there are trustworthy people in our culture, and I think enough of us are on code that will put up the money, and the ones who are not on code, they can fall back there's enough of us to get this done. We don't need everybody to be on board, because we didn't need everybody to be on board in the past, and we don't need it now. There's enough of us that are on code. So
I would say Dr. Claude Anderson, he'd be a great person to put in charge of that.
He got one foot in the grave. Respectfully, we need.
Yeah, he'd be a good person to start out with.
What if he passed away? Then what? We could be like, oh, it's over. Dr.
No, hold on, Gavin. Hold on, Gavin. No, he'd be a good person to start out, and then he could start mentoring certain people that he thinks is worthy of that, and we could go from there. You know, I get why you doubtful of it. Gavin, look, man, I'm from the same background you and Mr. Walker is from, man. I already know, man.
I'll say this: it's just observable. I see how divided
I'm the biggest cynic ever, man. Like, you got to remember who you're talking to here, man. And with the background and family I come from, man, I'm the biggest cynic ever. If you look up cynic in the dictionary, it's a picture of me with a big gold chain on, standing next to my Grand National, man, with a shotgun. Bruh, ain't a bigger cynic out here. But hey, we got to push forward, man.
I think our best option is like Devil Game said in the chat, is to get somebody young, somebody fresh, somebody who is not tainted. Like some of the older generations, they're kind of tainted and they don't really care because they're about to check out anyways. But somebody young and fresh, and somebody that will listen to our ideas, because there are a lot of young people who are getting involved in politics with the reparations movement and everything. There are a lot of people, young people out there making it happen. So I think if we get somebody young and fresh, I think it'll give us the best chance. Somebody who has direct lineage to this land, and so that we can express to them what they need or what we need, and that they can make sure that it happens because they are part of the lineage as well. I don't think it can be done from someone who's from somewhere else. It has to be somebody that is from here because they have a stake in it as well.
I agree. That's where I end up, with my, internet reparations research. It stopped at the NAACP and Dr. Claude Anderson, and both parties, Dr. Claude Anderson and the NAACP, speak on just obstacles, and it's just, I don't know. I just don't know how this progresses. Like the
thing is, they gave them guys money to keep it right there. They gave them guys money to keep the conversation right there. Al Sharpton, Dr. Claude Anderson, Jesse James. Yeah, Jesse Jackson. I'm about to say Jesse James. But yeah, they gave all them guys and the guys like them guys in those same type of positions money to just keep the conversation right there. Because the conversation been at the same point since the 1968, man. Since Martin Luther King died, the conversation been at the same point. We need to stick together, try to put our money together. We need to do, man. They got us twisted going the wrong way. We got to figure something else out.
The NAACP probably done got bought. I don't think Brother Claude Anderson can get bought out. I think he's just one person. They just can ignore him. But the NAACP, there may have been some greasing of the palms there.
Yeah,
they don't ignore it. They don't ignore it. None of them. They got voices. You got to understand, if somebody has a voice, Dr. Claude Anderson been around for a long time.
Yeah,
they're compromised, man. What are they doing? They get a following, they get powerful, and they get money, and they get followers, and all they followers.
Like Gav said, that one man syndrome. It can't be one lonely, well-educated, long in the tooth brother, because I like Dr. Claude Anderson. I think it's hard to get traction. That's all.
Well, how long has he been around? Because I'm not too much familiar.
Dr. Claude Anderson?
Yeah.
Oh man, he's whatever, man. Yeah, he got the Powernomics.
Yeah.
For the 80s to 70s, he's been doing a long time.
Okay, so what I'm saying is all of those guys have been compromised. If you have some type of power and some type of leverage, your job, if we're going to give you some money and let you keep your power and leverage, is to keep your conversation right there. Just a conversation. You don't give them any more than enough to get further than what we want them to be. Because if that wasn't the case, why is it just left at the conversation? Why do these?
I say this, brother Coel, with those other guys like the Al Sharptons and stuff, and possibly Jesse Jackson. I don't know for sure. I think you're right. Now with Claude Anderson, I don't think I agree with that. I don't think he's been co-opted or anything. It's just he's got to the point, you know, as in the position he's in without any real money or support. What can he really do to push things any further? He's not in a position to do anything to push it any further. That's why it hasn't progressed, you know?
And another thing is that Neely Fuller Jr. and Claude Anderson, they have taught us so much through their literature and all of their speeches and everything, like in books and everything. They've taught us so much game. So maybe they are not able to push it forward, you know, because they're at an older age, but they've given us the knowledge in order to push it through. So and just like with Johnny Cochran, he was fighting for reparations before he mysteriously had a brain aneurysm or whatever, but he was fighting for more Black lawyers from the lineage also to be fighting for us as well. So you're right, it needs to be a group of people, but some of the elders are not all coons, and they definitely have taught us a lot in order to push the movement forward. So we're soaking up game from all areas, and we can push it forward. So
that part.
My thing is that
let me grab these super chats real quick. I'm gonna get. I got you, Leon.
Shout out to King Keon. Appreciate you, brother. Says shout out to the Kangs. What's that? Quan, Leon, and the big bag of chips. Appreciate your sister Oluwa, been a member for 1 month. Says, was it rude? Was it nude beach, Leon? Most likely. Shout out to King Keon. Says, Leon got it smoked out in the dungeon. Can't see ish. Always. Shout out to Odd Job. Good to see you, brother. Says, these politicals sell out their voting block for their pieces of silver. Excuse me, every race got their Judas. We just have more of them. Ooh, my goodness.
I agree. So I'm going to get you at Leon. We're going to go around, get everybody's final thoughts here in a minute. What you got, Leon?
Oh, you already got me? Okay, good. All right. The Bible says this. Don't be deceived by the doctrine of the Herodians. That means don't be deceived by the politicians. The Herodians were the politicians of that time. And we see in this country that politics is damn near religion. I'm a Republican, I'm a Christian, I'm this, I'm a Democrat. See, y'all don't remember that the Black Panther Party was started in Mississippi in answer to the fact that they would not allow blacks to be seated on the Democratic Party in Mississippi. So that's where the Black Panther Party started. So they started their own political party. So now, I'm not saying that the last argument is a pipe dream. What I'm saying is this. Rage Against the Machine, their first album. You want to know the truth? Listen to that. Mr. Walker quotes it sometimes. Fuck you. I ain't gonna do what you want me to. Rage Against the Machine, this is towards you, Ebony. They said, come up, what does the billboard say? Come and play, come and play. Forget about the movement. See, they want us all to be, you look at that movie, They're Alive, where they're trying to indoctrinate us to consume, sleep, watch TV. That's what's going on right now. Sports. Sports is a religion. I have never seen so many betting ads in my life. And I know where they originated from. And they put that little thing at the bottom, say if you got a gambling problem. See, in North Carolina recently, we just got the lottery. They say it's for the schools. Why can't you just give the money to the schools?
Got to gamble
We don't
first.
see the rich folks going buying lottery tickets.
For poor folks.
You don't see that. You don't see people, rich folks fighting over a sports team. You don't see that. But you see, the minimum wage is still $7.50, $7.25, I think. That's what the minimum wage is. Now they might give you $20 an hour, but baby, you can go back down to $7.50. The only reason they did what they did as far as minimum wage and everything, when they started minimum wage, that's when they brought in the machines to harvest the crops. When they started having to pay the people $1.25 an hour, that's when they brought in the machines to harvest the crops. And before that, you better watch the movie The Grapes of Wrath and find out who was out there in the fields. The white folks. But guess what white folks did? In order for the politicians to pacify the white folks, you better listen to what Dylan said. Dylan said that the white politicians said to the white, poor whites, what you being so mad about? You got more than the blacks. That's what Bob Dylan said in the song. He told the truth. And Bob Dylan was at the march in '63. Bob Dylan, you need to find out what's going on. He said that they tried to turn the hurricane from a man into a mouse. And if you try, we keep talking about, I'm a black man. God damn it, I'm a man. That's what Fleetwood Mac said. That's what Muddy Water said. I'm a man. Ain't no black man. I'm a man. And I will not strive to be the best black doctor or the best black plumber. I will strive to be the best lawyer, the best plumber, the best doctor. My best friend Daryl told me one day, he said, Leon, I had 3 jobs in my life, and you gave me 2 of them. And if you really want to know the truth, we will not get ahead until we join with the white man. We will not get ahead until I ain't say crackers. I said white man.
All right, let me ask you this, Leon. All right, we'll get it back on track before I pass the mic. I mean, do you think we're gonna get reparations?
I think that we would get reparations if we make the government afraid.
How do we do that?
We have to join together with
together right now over me.
You didn't know. Come together. We got to come together. And I'm trying to come together.
All right, that's your answer? Come on, Leon, no more rabbit holes.
Oh, okay.
What you got?
I think that we will get reparations if we make the government afraid of us.
Okay.
Right now, see, this is history. I'm about to tell you something. When the white man, the poor whites, back during the Revolutionary War, right after that, joined together with the blacks, that's when the politicians and the rich whites said to the poor whites, oh, y'all white too, and y'all can vote. As long as they keep us separated, as long as we keep ourselves separated, they cannot do anything if we stand together.
All right, Leon, that was enough.
You are a false prophet, and security, take him out of here.
You got 5 minutes, Leon. So
shout out to Project Leroy. He was on your top. Says nope. Plane knocked out the sky by Leon. Leon, I feel what he's saying. We do gotta unify. You know, it's about classism, social economic status got a lot to do with groups now. You know, racism stuff that's always going to exist. What's the bigger picture now? And he was speaking some truth. You know, the poor blacks and the poor whites, we think we different as far as the government and laws and policies are concerned. We ain't. You see that? The things that matter, we the same. You know, for the most part. Obviously, there's differences. I don't want to hear y'all mess, but we're on the same level.
That part. So what you got, Brother Lex? You know, as we wrapping up here.
Oh, yeah.
The truth about MAGA. What does it mean for people of color?
Yeah. Hey, you know, that's a great question. At the end of the day, it's not our movement. You know, I understand why they were able to catch a lot of people. I mean, a lot of our people are looking for something to join up with and push forward with, and looking for change. But the reality of it all is, it's not our movement. It wasn't started by us. It's not pro-black. It doesn't really address any black issues, and it's ultimately is not our agenda. So I think it would be best not to get behind that. I think it's really on its way out at this point. You know, Trump, I mean, I don't want to get into that because I don't want to derail the conversation here too much, but that's where I'm at with the MAGA thing. Hey, this is an outstanding platform, Gavin X and Mr. Walker. I like the direction y'all going with this Truth Over Lies. You guys, I like these topics. These are great topics. It's addressing stuff that's much needed to be discussed in the community. I enjoy coming up here and discussing these things. And Gavin X and Mr. Walker, I know specifically why. You know, look, man, I know exactly why you guys feel that way when you're like, who gonna be in charge of the money? Hey, as a guy that has seen so much fraudulent nonsense and lies, even within, not just strangers, people you deal with. I get why you guys are like that. Y'all are not wrong, man. You're not wrong. You're not wrong for feeling that way.
And also, what do you think about this? Shout out to Izzy. You know, this stuff here, you know, is there any truth to it?
Well, I'll say this, Izzy. Here's the thing. We're the majority. We just need to step forward with our situation and have our super PAC or our political party or whatever, and they'll be on the outside trying to get in. That's how that works. We're the majority here. Yeah. It's no use in going back and forth with them. Let them go ahead and continue to infiltrate the DNC and RNC and do whatever they tell them to do, and we'll get our own thing started. And then we'll take the wheel and steer that ship. And then at that point, they'll be on their own. You know?
Well, we got to use YouTube to connect and come up with some kind of agreement. Like, come on, we can't get lost in the moment. Without YouTube, we don't have the opportunity to connect and have these conversations and brainstorm. We got to use this platform to what's the word? Assimilate, get
Yeah.
together, and we need to trust one another, but not really. We're gonna get stuff on paper. So whoever dealing with the funds, you're gonna be held accountable legally. You can try to do something if you want to. This is written on paper. Ain't no handshake agreements going on. Like Mr. X said,
right.
We know where you live. We know where your kids go to school. All that stuff.
Yeah.
But I think if we have a shot at really coming together, unifying, we need to start using social media because, like I said, I don't have the privilege of coming in contact with you guys without it. So
I agree. It's been a great ally so far. I wish it existed in our great leaders' heydays, the Malcolm X's, the Martin Luther Kings. Like a lot of stuff would have gotten shut down with COINTELPRO. They showed pictures of black agents that was able to infiltrate the Nation of Islam, Martin Luther King camp, the Black Panthers. One guy was in all three camps. Like chicks would have called him out from seeing pictures on the internet. Like that's the same dude. Crazy, man. So you're right. It's been an asset, no doubt.
There we go.
That part. So what you got, Brother Cole?
As far as the truth about MAGA for people of color, I honestly just think black people in America just need to align with the winners. We've been so focused on maybe making our own, aligning with things that make us feel well. No, we need to align with the people that's winning. We need to somehow get in their pockets. Doesn't mean we have to align with all of their views. It just means that they have to know where we stand and do the things, or willing to do the things that we're asking for. So whether it's MAGA, whether it's the Republicans, whether it's Democrats, I think black people just need to focus on coming together with the winners. Because like I said, we've been doing this for so long, but we're going to start our own party. We in 2025, bro. If black people was going to start their own party, dog, it would have gotten done already. That's just how I feel about it. We've been voting for so long. We've been on doing this for so long. We would have had our own party by now if that's what we was going to do. We need to stop trying to start from the bottom and align with the people that's already at the top. That's it.
I like that. That's a new thought up here. I haven't heard anyone say that. And I like what you're saying. I like the thought. Align with the winners. And that's how you infiltrate. Can't beat them, join them.
Yeah.
So we gonna see what y'all doing. Farrakhan spoke on this. He said observe, the Viking man's ways because he's very successful. Observe. So learn. I get it. Like I understand. Like join them, and then once you become baked into the cake, we ain't baked into nobody. We ain't baked into anything. Once we get baked in, then you can say, you know what? We're gonna start changing some things around here. I can jump on that crazy train, brother. I like the train of thought.
Yeah, appreciate it.
So what you got, Sister Ebony?
Back to I would start off with back to what Izzy was saying. I don't think it's necessarily us versus them thing or anything. There's no verses. We are just have chosen to define our lineage and our culture, and just because we want to focus on our issues and the things that we need to do to improve our lineage doesn't mean we're against you. We just don't want you guys like speaking on our behalf. That's the only thing. If you don't have our best interests at heart, don't speak on us. We actually are in our own lane doing our own thing, and we don't really speak on other people unless they come in and say stuff to us. So we're just focused on our lineage, and just because we're focused on that doesn't mean we're against you. We're just focused on our own stuff. Like we fought for civil rights, we fought for people to be here, we fought for all that, and now we're just kind of focused on us, and that's okay. Just like you guys can be focused on your issues, and that's okay too. We're just kind of doing us right now, and there's no verses. It's not that. It's just we're just kind of doing us at this time. And as far as the government and stuff goes, I do think that the government is afraid of us, and they've been afraid of us from day one because they know how smart we are, how capable we are, and how we can, when we work together, we can get anything done. That is why there's been systems in place, white supremacy systems in place to kind of keep us at odds with one another, and having different things infiltrate our culture. So the fact that the government is scared of us, I know that is a thing because they have so much to keep us at odds. So with the whole MAGA thing and everything, I don't think that is our focus right now. I think the MAGA issue is dealing with other things. We have our own stuff that we need to work on. We have our children that we need to educate. I think this topic is great because it is reminding us of our past, no matter how hard it is to take in. But it is good to know where we came from so that we know where we're going. It's good to tap into the history, so that we can tap into that ancestral energy, and that can help us move forward with the things that we want to work on, because the Majora spirit, it lives in us. It lives through our ancestors. It lives in us. This land is ours. Our ancestors speak through us through this land, and so I think that that's important, and that's something that we can teach our kids. Learn the Tut language and all those things. There's so much that we talked about that I'm so passionate about, and I think that's kind of the direction that I want to go for my channel, is just talking about these important topics, because it is something that I am extremely passionate about. I know we will get our reparations because enough of us are on code. There are things that we need to do in order to get that in place, but this country will never be great. We can never make America great until they right the wrongs of the past, and that just is what it is. That's why we continue to have all these issues, because you guys have not righted the wrongs from the past. So I thank you guys always for having me up. I love Truth Over Lies, and keep going, fellas, because we all support you.
Hey, shit, sister. Your rebellious energy, is a lot of the energy behind this channel. Hey, shit. I remember I don't know where we was talking. I think it was in the Patreon, and that freedom riot spirit came out. Yeah, definitely love it. But when we talking about joining the winners or aligning with the winners, we got to understand this is chess. This isn't, I got you. This is like chess, not checkers. It's not move for move. Oh, you're aligning. No, we are working on something down the line. We already know the dangers of becoming whatever, a coon and selling out. We identify, we acknowledge those obstacles. However, we got to find a way to get baked into this social economic cake better than we are. We already are, but we just don't use that power. We got the spending power, but we spend it on dumb stuff. But I'm sorry, go ahead, brother Coyle.
See, the thing is about it being cooning. See, cooning is not what I'm speaking about when I say align. That would, when somebody brought up Obama in the chat, no, that's exactly the opposite. That's somebody joining and then becoming what they want you to be so you can fit in and just so you can get the position. So I'm gonna just be this person, or they pick that person just because who he is. But he's not even FBA. Like, he got a white mom and his dad is like from Africa or something. Like, so I mean, that's a whole other point. But so yeah, that's not what I mean by cooning. It has to be a strong man with strong values that's gonna stand in his point. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna lie, the Democrats, when somebody spoke about education, the Democrats, they don't care about our kids' education. You know what I'm saying? They want kids to be able to do whatever they want, call themselves whatever they want in schools. Like, it's all type of stuff. I think when it comes to raising our children, the other side, with MAGA side or the Republican side, they have children and our education in their best interest when it comes to that point. You know what I'm saying? They don't want alphabet people all in the bathroom. I got nieces and nephews. I don't want no grown man in a bathroom with my niece just because he feel like what he is. You know what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother point. You know what I mean?
There we go. Appreciate you, brother. Don't be a stranger, man. Good to have you up here. Like your point of view, man.
What you got, Triple X?
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't know what that brother was saying. Obama definitely wasn't the guy for this agenda, for this mission. Again, it definitely doesn't need to be just one guy. And I know you mentioned that earlier, Gavin X. I agree with that wholeheartedly. We need a team, and that would be part of putting that type of agenda together, is to start being able to locate that talent, fund that talent, and put the talent out there, and let's see what they can do. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would like to see. As far as like us assimilating to the winners, I mean, how can I put this, man? The best way I could put this is, we have no friends, man. As Black Americans, we have no friends, and otherwise, I think by now we would have definitely have clicked up with a race, and been solid with them and been moving and shaking. We don't really have any friends. And as for people who are really in power, and we know who in power, it could only be one or two groups on how you look at it, or they're one and the same. They aren't really friends of us. Do they really want to have us come in and really be serious and passionate about us doing better? I mean, they could do those things without us being over there. I'm just curious, man. What's your thoughts on this?
The thing is, when you say, forget that. It's about doing something that we've never done before.
I guess
you could say, oh, we would have done that. No, because like I said before, the leaders that they've let prosper and that they've funded has told us, no, we got to stick with this black agenda. It's black. You got to buy black. You got to do this black. Nobody has ever said anything about, hey, let's go and try to partner up and see what they talking about. Even a few years ago when Ice Cube tried to do it, he got crucified on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like I said before, it has to be something that we're not doing. It's something that we're missing. We're being tricked. And the trick is not assimilating, but the trick is not teaming up with them, thinking that we can't team up with them because we don't like their views, because they great grandfathers had some slaves that so happened to be some of our ancestors. Man, forget that and let's win. Because
I
don't want it. That could be mistaken. I don't want to say forget that, but
if they're open to it, that's the thing. Like you say, when Ice Cube went to him with it, were they really receptive of it? Like, what were they willing to do?
We have to bring something to the table.
Before, man.
We have to bring
things have been presented, man, over the years.
We have to bring something to the table economically, bro, of business and funding millions of dollars to say, hey, these are our black dollars. We're willing to do this in the government. We bring this. These are the industries that we're backing, and this is what we stand behind. You know what I'm saying? If we're not in their pockets, then we don't have nothing. We got to get in their pockets, bro. We got to finance them. We got to come up with a bank.
I think that kind of funnels back. I see what you're saying. I think that funnels back to what I was stating earlier about us having to have that black agenda. Notice how when I said earlier, we put $1 up for every Foundation Black American, how much money that would be. Regardless if we did it that way or another way, if we had that type of money and we're producing our candidates, at that point, we'd be there. We have leverage. Yes, they would be willing to work with us on some level. I have no doubt.
There are, here's my thing. There are black banks. There's a handful of black banks. We've got black people in high places. And that's why I get frustrated with this conversation.
Because it's still not working.
Yeah, who are we? I understand we're going to continue the conversation, yes. But I like to put forth action with conversation. Maybe that's just me. But like,
I agree with that, man. I agree with that wholeheartedly, Mr. Walker. I'll be honest with you. I just don't see it just them just jumping out and saying, hey, come on, or we going over there presenting ourselves. I mean, a lot of things have just been raised to people over the years, many, many different instances, and I look at what the reception to it was, and it's just like,
It
You
has
know,
to be. It has
eventually
to be a
people.
thing where they have no choice. We gotta. If this is what we want,
Yeah.
we gotta get down and dirty. We got you. We talking about what we really want. We want economic independence, man. So if we can find some way to raise the funds and make them listen to us, like there's people there that can have them listen to us, or some of us gonna have
That's
to.
kind
Some of
of
us gonna have to die to make it happen. I'm talking about. Like 200 years ago. Like it could be like it's gonna have to be something if we want it to change, but or otherwise, like I said, or just like Mr. Walker said, it's just gonna be a conversation. And I feel like all our black leaders have us stuck in this revolving door of conversation, dog.
Yeah, you can't make anybody listen to you. I'll say that. Of course, when you got your money together, you can essentially buy yourself a seat at the table at that point. You know, if your money is really, really, really right, it's very, very little you can't do. You know? So yeah, you know, I mean, but you can't make anybody just listen to you without that for sure.
I mean, you kind of can, but go ahead, Ebony. I know you're trying to speak.
I was just going to say, I think we made a huge statement this last election with the whole parties, because a lot of us sat out. A lot of us sat on the couch because they didn't have tangibles for us. And we're no longer just voting just to vote. We're no longer voting because our parents were Democrats, and we're no longer voting because we don't like the Democrats and we're just going to go with the Republicans. We're looking for tangibles for our people. And we made a huge statement this last election because we flipped the whole Democratic Party. We weren't rocking with Kamala and all that, and they thought that they could bring Cardi B and bring Beyonce to the barbecue with the catfish nuggets and all that, show up singing the Negro spirituals with us, and thought that we were going to get on board. No, we sat out, and now they're all wondering, okay, well, where were the black people? Why didn't they show up? Because we don't rock with you because you're not doing anything for us. That's how you make a change. Because I bet you for the next election, they are going to they're going to have to do something, because we are no longer just voting just to vote. Yes, our ancestors died for us to be able to vote, but they also died for us to get something with that vote. We're no longer just voting for nothing. We're not voting for other people to get tangibles and all that. No, this is about us. And we flipped that last election. We will flip the next one until our stuff is heard. So I think that we are making a difference with what we've already done and what we continue to do. These reparation conversations are being talked on a national level from state to state. We are making a difference. We're showing up to the reparations hearings. No, nothing has gotten passed yet, but the conversation is going. We're talking about being foundational and talking about our lineage and the contributions that we made to this country. And this country is acknowledging such things. So it's going to happen. And we're already making a difference just by saying, no, we're not rocking with you guys, so you do something for us. And that's the type of time that we need to be on. Stay on code and keep it lineage based. And we're going to get our reparations for our people.
Well said, Ebony. Well said.
There you go.
Appreciate your devil games. He says, last election, a lot of melanated people voted Dems at 85%.
That's a half truth, though, because overall, less black people voted.
There you go.
You know, and that's the big thing, as Ebony Dean pointed out.
But the thing is, that don't help us, though. If less people vote, it don't help us.
But what are we voting for? Like, okay, say we have two parties. If they are not doing anything for us, why are we voting? Just to vote? If we're picking the lesser of two evil, what's the point when they're not doing anything?
Okay, so how I did it, I'm gonna tell you how I did it, right?
Okay.
I watched all of, like, as they came on, I watched their pep rallies, their speeches. I went to their websites and I read their policies, and I went with my common sense, and I said, oh, this person is obviously reading from a script and they're lying. Oh, okay. This person may be lying, but this person is telling the truth a lot, and they're definitely not reading from a script. I mean, and then if you look, I'm not gonna even lie, man. If you look at Trump's policies, he has some stuff in there that was kind of good, man. When you talk about black men and businesses, the cuts that it could do. It's some good stuff in there. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? And when you looked at the opposite, it just really wasn't. You know, and that's just how I went about it. I'm not gonna lie. That's just how I went.
Hey, Coel, I'm curious. What's your political affiliation? Do you have one?
No, I just go what makes sense to me. I just
Okay.
If
I was just curious.
If I like your views, if I rock with the views and I can agree with that for the most part, then I'm rocking with it. And if I don't feel like you can, because I don't gotta agree with everything you're saying, but if I feel like you're just not being honest at all, I can't rock with you. I just can't rock with you. You feel me? Like,
yeah, I think I'll just say this. I think if somebody really wants to do something and they're really serious about and have interest and compassion for the black race, and they're not black and they're in a position of power, they can do it. You know, I'll say that. You know, now, I mean, I'm not saying that absolves us from wanting to do anything or getting out there and doing anything, but I still stand on that if someone was really interested in doing something, they can do it. You know, like if I hit for 2 million tomorrow and I want to send $1,000 to Truth Over Lies, that's my business. Nothing's stopping me from doing that. You know,
I could see how withholding the vote can be a power move, especially with AI and how it you know the data can be observed that, hey, there's 40 million people not voting. That's power. That is stagnant power. Somebody may be inclined to say, hey, let's do something to get this staggering amount of votes. Let's finally give them what they want.
Or
I know there's no perfect system as of right now for us. However, sorry, not sorry, withholding the vote, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and
or that could be.
Well, especially if you're not even getting anything for your people for your vote. Okay, I didn't choose not to vote for Kamala because she washes her greens in the tub. She said out of her mouth that she was not doing anything for black people. Automatically, you're X'd out. There were a lot of things about Trump. I think Trump was the better candidate, but we're picking of the two of the lesser evils.
Lesser evils, yeah.
Yeah, you guys are not talking about nothing for me, so no, you don't get my vote. Yes, our ancestors died for us to vote, but we need something for our vote. I'm not just picking people based on when they're not doing nothing for me. Why should I even get up out of my house and go vote and do anything for anybody that's not doing nothing for me? Those days are over. We're not doing it anymore. We want tangibles, and that's what we're demanding, and that is just the type of time that we're on.
I think withholding the vote could be, if your theory is right? Withholding the vote is really just doing what they want us to do, will be what they would want us to do anyway. Because then if people don't vote, then they could all just go vote for who they want to vote for and then leave us all confused. So it's reverse psychology. Again, that's what I'm saying. Now we just in a circle. We in a rabbit hole. Don't vote.
I mean, we could have turned that election though. If blacks would have voted for Kamala like they voted for Obama the first time, she would have won. You know that, right?
I believe that if we do it enough, I'm telling you, they keep observing 40 million people not voting. They're going some political party.
But it's like it's a point system, though, bro. That just means if you got to think most black people are Democrats, so it's like you playing a game. So if most of these people and they fans not coming to the game or buying tickets or not voting, that just means the other team is gonna win by default, bro.
No, it's gonna make
we ain't no one. We're no one's team. We are no one's team. We are free agent. We are. But I know we got voting colleges, all that. But 40 million people is significant. That can sway things.
Well, here we go.
Or one second, Democrats or Republicans, they're gonna see this stagnant power and they're going to reach for it. How do you reach for it? Give them what they want.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. I see what you're saying, Brother Cole, but here's the flip side to it is, are you saying that we do need to vote for the other side? That's where your stance is.
I'm saying vote for the better candidate.
Okay. And so we're saying in this option, the better candidate is the other side. We need to vote for them. And we said we need to sit out voting. So if we sit out, like say, I get what you're saying, because what incentivizes the Republicans to do anything? You know what I mean? So I get that side of it. So we'll be in the war. We'll be on our own.
Because the stuff that you do want them to do, like it was the immigration stuff was crazy for me. It was a couple other things that I didn't like. So yeah, I mean, it may not have been anything that I could say was specifically done for black people, but there was other issues that I wanted to get done that I thought would get done. Now, when you say, damn, it was something else you said. Go ahead, bro.
Say, maybe we need to have this written out to the Dems. We ain't voting for y'all until y'all put reparations on the front lines. And that's the only way y'all get back in the White House. If y'all don't, we just gonna be, I guess, MAGA. Hell.
Didn't Ice Cube do this? I thought this was what Ice Cube essentially did.
Yeah.
We've already done this. And the thing about it is, with the whole Democrat and Republican thing, like with our votes, if it didn't matter, they wouldn't come pandering to us every election, showing up at the churches and doing all those things. If our vote didn't matter, they would not come down and try to have all the hip hop artists come on and do all that. Our vote matters. They need us. And it's time that we start acting like it. There are no more free votes.
Yeah, because
let them earn it. Let them earn it.
It swings it. You know, white folks might be, the 70% of the country, but they are not 70% on board with each other.
Right.
That's where our power comes in. If they 70% and they like 40% of us is on this side and the other 30 on this side, that 30%, like, I need them ninjas. I need that 13% to add to my 30. That's how I get more, and I need the Mexicans too. And I need everybody because it's a minority of whites that ain't on board with the rest of them. And that pull all of us in. They say, we need all y'all to go up against them.
Yeah.
The thing is, I'm just saying that if we vote for the better candidate, so whoever loses knows, how can I put this? If we all voted for example, for Republicans, I think the Democrats will have more of a reason to say, oh no, we effing up. Because if we just stand at home, they know the plan is working. We stand at home. Them niggas, they gonna stay at home. They just if we,
I think we should just let them win our vote, man. Honestly, Trump just missed the platinum plan. Shout out.
That's what we've been doing, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's a revolving door. We're not doing nothing different. Every election.
Coel, we haven't been doing that. We just did this last election, man. This is the first time the vote has set out like that.
Right.
We ain't been doing this like 4 or 5 elections, man.
No. I'm talking about the talking point. I'm talking about the talking point. Every election is black people we gotta want something for our vote. And my thing it's a revolving door of the same conversation.
We put action behind it last time by voting for the couch.
Right.
That's what she's saying, man.
How we didn't put no action because the
was the action. We lost.
We lost though.
What were we winning? What were we winning? If we would have voted, what would we have won? What did we win? What could we have won?
Yeah, Trump already declined the platinum plan, so he wasn't interested.
What do you mean? What could when you win? That's what it is. You win.
We lost.
Well, is it say
we lost? So what could we have won if we would have voted? What were we getting?
Is it a catch-22? Are we looking at a catch-22?
Yeah, because think about this: if all the blacks, like Trump, had already declined the platinum plan last time. If all the blacks would have voted for him this time, he still wasn't going to just jump up and do it. He already declined it. What would that? I'm lost here, Coel.
I'm saying say every 43 million of us would have voted. What were we voting for? What were we winning? What were we gaining from doing it?
Because he's saying vote for the other side. If we would have all voted for Republicans, previously, he already declined what we were looking for.
Right.
What do you mean, a platinum plan?
Yeah, he declined the platinum plan.
From who? Ice Cube?
Yes.
Come on, bro. That's one rapper. That's not even. Let me finish. That's one rapper that didn't ask the black community. That's one rapper that didn't ask the black community anything. He went in there. He went in there with some papers and said, "Hey, we want this." I get what you're saying, but
It was more than
that's
that,
not
man.
no real. That's
Don't
not no real
downplay
platinum.
what he did.
Bro,
Don't downplay what he
bro,
did. It was a little bit more than that, bro.
A real platinum plan is putting some stuff together and putting something that we can put through to get a bill passed. Ain't no one man going into the president and say, "Oh, this is what I think the black community wants," and then
No.
nobody else in the black community.
Here's the problem, though. Trump didn't respond and say, "Hey, Black America, I see your issues. Ice Cube has come to us with this. I don't know if this is something we can do word for word, but we're open and serious about doing something for you guys." He did not counter that. It was shut down, and that was that.
Okay. I haven't read more into that, so I'm not going.
He didn't counter. Because like if I'm going to buy a car or something, he want 8,500. I'm like 82. I'm like 8,000. A lot of guys gonna be like, well, hey, how about that 83? You know, they'll go back and forth, man. If you're serious about wanting to do something, brother. Like
What I'm saying is you gotta. What I'm saying is you gotta give and take. You can't have everything. So if somebody say, "Hey, if somebody say, listen, bro, you still talking about just black issues. We gotta come together and fix.
No,
figure those issues out.
We need to work on black.
Danger, Cole, danger.
Danger.
We've been fighting for everybody from the time we were freed. We've been fighting for everybody else's rights, and we keep getting pushed to the side. Those days are over. It is about us. That's what our vote is for. Ice Cube, I don't know any Black American who would have went against what Ice Cube was trying to do. If he, I don't care who it is. If you have the ability to get into that White House and talk about our issues and try to put a bill forth for us, I don't care who it is. If it's a rapper, if it's whoever, go ahead and do it. And he is speaking for our people.
Facts.
And see, this is the same thing. This is the same thing that always happens. Look, when a motherfucker say maybe we should have went over there. Black people, no, y'all won't even let me get a word in, and that's what I'm saying. We need to
win over there.
They got us. Who win? Not in my lifetime.
He went over there with the plan, man. Why did this administration bounce back?
You're talking about one time 5-6 years ago, bro. Come on, bro. Stop it. You're talking about one time 5-6 years ago, acting like he hasn't gotten other things. Acting like he hasn't gotten other, bro. Are you? Can you not hear me while I'm talking? Because I try to do my best not to talk over you. So I'm just trying to understand. Can you not hear me while I'm?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
You're acting like throughout his time being president, and I'm not gonna cape for him. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just trying to make a point. Throughout his time being president, he hasn't done other things, bro. The guy is getting an immigration problem in order, and a whole bunch of other stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, how could I put it? I can't have everything that I want. The other person was telling me that there wasn't an immigration problem at all. You understand what I'm saying? So we got to go with our common sense and what makes sense, not stay at home and be a whole bunch of because when we stay home, you know what that makes us look like? Mindless, brainless dummies. They're just staying at home and mute. They're zombies. Now psychologically they shut us down. Oh, this black person ain't what we want. We don't like this white person, but he got some okay policies. Let's just go over there. Because if they know that how could I put this? If they know that we voting for common sense, then they gonna give us something that's common sense worth. If they know we voting off emotions, they gonna keep trying to tend to our emotions.
Let me ask y'all this now. I hear what all y'all, I think what y'all saying, it would make more sense. I'm gonna get you in, EV, for us to have an independent candidate that we pick and we all vote for him. And we know he gonna lose, granted, but they both sides can now see, okay, we gonna have to do something for that percentage. You see what I'm saying? Make them fight for it if they want to win that next election. If they think they need us, they gonna go hard in the paint. They like, or they gonna keep voting for their independent little party, or do we want that 13%? Show us how bad you want it.
And our silence spoke volumes. I'm sorry, it just did. It flipped a whole election. And And unless they come with tangibles, it's going to continue to happen. And so we made a huge difference this election. Hi,
But I think I do agree with that, Ebony, but I think that can start, breeding, bad habits. I think we still need to be able to go to the poll and vote just for the person we want to. We don't necessarily need to stay home, and we don't need to vote red or blue, but we do need to show them that we're willing to do it. But the person that we vote for got our interests.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, it's all about
that's the only
getting something
person we
for
should
us.
vote for. Yeah.
Like you said, but also hear what he said. We ain't expecting a win. We are showing that we will put our vote. We will vote, just not for y'all. I like that. We ain't stagnant. We ain't developing bad habits of just not voting. But we ain't voting red nor blue. We're going to show you our stagnant vote because it ain't going to win. But we're going to show you that we are unified. So there you go. Not voting does not show unity, but voting, even for a losing candidate, does show unity. That's a middle ground. There you go. What SB Truth Over Lies, you just observed the middle ground being found. Some folks said don't vote. Folks said we need to vote. Now we say, you know what? We're gonna do both. We ain't gonna vote for either big party. We're gonna vote for the independent and show unity. I like it.
And that shows that we're in it for our interests only, regardless of who it is. It's for our interests, and that's how you're going to get our vote for anything.
I can agree with that. I'm
gonna start there. I haven't voted since I was hopeful about Obama, but I am going to get my stuff together, and I'm going to vote next election. I'm voting independent.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying. If a candidate, regardless if he has a long shot of winning or even no shot at winning, and he's actually about black agenda, absolutely we should vote for him. That goes without saying. Like if that candidate came out now, and especially if he was backed by a black party, absolutely. No one is saying we should never vote. Nobody's saying that. It's just considering what we were facing, hell no. That's all that we were going with that. Let them take that L, that ass kicking they got, regroup, lick their wounds, and then let's see what they talking about this time. That's how you play that. You don't just keep giving it to people and they not serious about it. Look, as far as the Trump situation is concerned, opposite of Ice Cube, what I was trying to tell a brother last time, and I got over talk. What I was trying to tell him was this: look, they had that black MAGA thing going with Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, and they were all at the White House and stuff then. Roland Martin pulled up. Look, they were there at the end trying to ask Trump about a black agenda and everything. It was shut down then. The Ice Cube Platinum Plan was years after that, man. It's been tried multiple times. They not serious. This administration is not serious about it. I don't know what else proof is needed. Do they need to mail you a letter that say, hey, forget you N-word? I don't know, man. Damn. Hey, I'm going on mute, man.
Okay, I'm going to get EV in. What you got, EV? Welcome up.
I was trying to stay away for a second. I really was.
No, you wasn't.
I was, Ninja. I was, man. So it's a lot to unpack. First of all, no one's studying Steelers. I'll just start off with that. Number two, our problem in our community is that we don't vote like a business. We vote with emotions. Now I'm watching this whole panel. Everybody's making some great observations, making some, great points. But at the end of the day, it's still the same thing. Emotions over business. The one thing I learned years ago was that I cannot stand Newt Gingrich. Could not stand Newt Gingrich, but Newt Gingrich got a lot of stuff done. It taught me a lesson. I don't have to like the person I'm voting for. I don't have to sleep with them. I don't have to live with them. I don't have to go to the store with them. All I got to do is if I need them to do two things for me, a piece of good legislation, sign it. I'm talking about the president now. A piece of bad legislation, veto it. I have watched other communities get so much stuff with less than we are. I watched the Philippine community in Virginia Beach when I was living there. They got everything they wanted. How did they end up getting it? Because they're not counted on one side. What y'all are talking about, the currency you have is to flip from either side. That's how you do it. It's not sitting home and not voting this time or not voting for the candidate we don't. Because if that's the case, black folks should have voted for Cornel West for president. You had a woman playing in your face. She kind of halfway resembled black. She didn't talk black. She put collard greens in a bathtub, and we still voted for her. Not we, but I say all of us collective. But at the end of the day, you had a Cornel West, a person you've known for years from Princeton University. You know who Cornel West is. Agree with him or not, but he's a black man. He's a all the way black, nappy-headed man. But you didn't vote for him. You went after the woman who had the goofy ass laugh. So my point is, yeah, when you say vote blue no matter who, what happens is, what incentive do I have to give you any plan? And if I'm on the other side, what incentive do I even have to listen to your plan? Because at the end of the day, you ain't gonna vote for me no way. Or if I go in your church, you're not gonna be receptive to me. If I go in your community, you're not gonna be receptive. All you want to see is that I'm a Democrat. But if you go to them Asian communities, you never know how they're gonna vote. You never know which way they're gonna swing. They are on code. They're the most on-coded people. I'm telling you, they get everything. They got an Asian hate bill. They got a whole crime bill. How many black folks have been killed by police? How many black folks have been killed with racial, with racial undertones? How many on video camera? We can't get a crime bill. Why not? Because once they know if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And Charlemagne, the zesty, I will go to my grave calling him that. Charlemagne, with that lisping, zesty voice of his, he sat there and said nothing. They play in your faces every year. You get disrespected, and all you do is sit there, yes, sir, master. Ha ha, that was real funny. But a Republican say something about Rob Reiner's death. Oh, it's the worst thing in the world. Then you go talk about, I'm not going to rabbit hole, Gab, so don't even go there. I'm going somewhere with this. Then you go somewhere. And then you cape for these illegals. Why are you caping? The name of black and brown people should never come out of black people's mouths. Why? They will set up stores getting government grants. They'll bring their whole families over here. And guess what? You ain't going to be able to shop in their stores. They're going to follow you in their stores. And because they're going to put their people in the police department, they're going to put their people in elective office, i.e. Minnesota. They're going to follow you in their stores, and you're going to get more charges. You're going to get more charges because you violated something that they have that was given to them by the government. I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but I'm just saying our currency is our vote, but we're gonna have to ping pong this thing sometime. But you're not gonna be able to ping pong when you have Roland Martin, and that's why I said what I said earlier about a tethers, not a rabbit hole. The thing about the tethers, they are in positions of power. They're speaking to people in Washington. Roland Martin, Joy Reid, Tiffany Cross. All these other people, these people are tethers. They are not black. Corinne Jean-Pierre. They are not. They are not black folks. They're not FBAs. They are tethers, and they're going to these places saying they don't need reparations. So they look black, they act black. So I guess black folks don't really need it because you're not at the table.
When you say we got to ping pong, what do you mean ping pong this thing?
Sometimes we got to vote Republicans. Sometimes we got to vote Democrats. Sometimes we got to vote for that third party. And that's how we protect our interests. And when they come to our community not knowing that they're gonna get our vote every time, they're gonna go and put that new park up. They're gonna go and get these new programs. So they're gonna have to do it because if they keep losing these elections, what are they gonna do then? They've gotta okay, now I gotta get tangibles.
Yeah. Hey, EV, I rock with a lot of what you said. I think the only concern I would have is the reason why Cornel West didn't get any traffic, brother, is because he didn't really have a black agenda laid out. He really wasn't talking like that, and that's why he didn't really get any traction. Like, if a brother really would have been coming out talking like that, like for real for the community, he would have definitely got love, and cats would have been rocking with him. I mean, on the real.
If you poll 20 people, how many people know what his agenda was? I call cap on that with Triple X. I'm telling you, they just saw he was not a Democrat and they didn't vote for him. Point blank, period.
No, look, brother. I'm gonna just say this, and I looked into it, right? And in this all respect, EV, I rock with you, man. It ain't nothing, and a lot of that other stuff you said was on point. You know, we should jump back and forth depending on what's being offered. But yeah, like, I looked at his agenda. It was not a pro-black agenda, with all due respect, you know?
And I'll say this real quick. I would say two things here. We need not live in the past so much as far as like the whole Cornel West thing. I think we need to come up with a solution moving forward. Like we can't cry over spilled milk. We didn't vote for him. We weren't having this conversation a year or whatever. But now going towards this next election, we need to get on code. That's part of it. So when this next Cornel West is up, we all know what to do. So that's part of the process.
Well, hold on, Gab, but let me say this to you, man. I'm gonna say this to you. It's hard to get that agenda, and you do have to sometimes look at the past, but look at that whole Ice Cube agenda. The Ice Cube agenda came up, but then sisters weren't even on, didn't even think they was even a part of the. They were separate. They got mad because they said it didn't involve them, and like Ice Cube was like, wait a minute, it does involve you. So once, I'm gonna be on this to my dying day. Sisters got to be on code. We don't have the sisters intact, so that's the whole community is never going to be intact because they have their agenda. They got what they want and how they want. I mean, y'all cover this every single night, man. It's like how can we get on code when the other half of us has their own thing to do, their own thing, and I don't want to say they're all against us, but it appears to be a lot of the percentages against us.
That display was so troubling, and I can't ever forget it. I reference it often. As he was up there talking about what he was doing, meeting with folks, the platinum plan, and he said there is stuff in here specifically for black people. And Vivica and the rest of the Heine clan was like, no. They said we need something for us. Ice Cube responded, "Are you not part of black people?" Vivica responded, "No." It's dog.
That was wild.
She said no. She said we need some specifically for black women. Forget you, black women. And as long as we gonna separate like that, the Democrats, the Republicans, they all looking laughing like, huh? They're still at it. They're still fighting amongst one another.
And that's the conversation that we really not having, because to be honest, the real black man, the correct black man, is mostly, I would say, conservative, has conservative views with our family, with our woman, how we would want to carry ourselves, how we would want to raise our kids. So, damn, I forgot where I was going, but yeah,
I agree with that.
I got you. Right.
The black man is mostly conservative. So, the woman in the black community, mostly, they want to be able to do what they want to do when they want to do it. They don't want to accept a hierarchy. So if we, as the black community, have our other half not wanting to be on that conservative side, they don't mind they gay homeboys going into the girls' bathroom with them. They don't mind it. That's the mostly the man that got a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? They don't mind going to be able to have a whole bunch of, to go under the knife to get rid of a, you know, I don't know if we could say the A word on here. They don't mind that. It's the man, the black man and the man on his side that's going against that. The woman want to go out there and do all the stuff that we stand against, but the Democrats stand for that. So as long as they have that side telling them that this is okay, you can do what you want to do, and can't nobody tell you what to do with your body, then it's like, well, how can we protect you at that point?
Well, I think on behalf of the women that Ice Cube spoke to, he was speaking to his peers at the time. You know, he was speaking to women that were within his circle. They don't represent all black women, because there are enough black women that are on code. And, you know, once we get serious about it, we will figure all that stuff out. But enough of us are on code in order to move something forward. Lisa Ray and Vivica and all them, we already know all the issues that they have. They've already overkicked their coverage. It is what it is. This is about lineage, and enough of us are on code.
It's not enough for y'all on code, because if you I bet, I won't even say your friends, but if you get 10 black women together and you say, should women be able to have the A word? Most of them, if they don't say yeah, they should be able to, they're gonna say they should be able to do what they want to with their bodies.
What does that have to do with the black agenda, though? We're talking about
You asked the
correct.
question. Let me answer it.
Mhm.
Because it was a white woman who actually brought that idea up and said it was basically her idea was it was too many black children going on. That's what it has to do with the black community, and they trick us psychologically into killing our fetuses. That's what it has to do with the black community, and it's highly, highly unhealthy for our young ladies to believe that they can let sleep with the man, let him come inside of her, and she can just go to the clinic in a couple days and she be okay.
Well, a part of the black agenda too is accountability. That's the first thing. You'll never change anything if you're not self-aware. And the reason why I say that it's 92% of the women voted for Kamala Harris, period, just because she's a black woman. I would think the same in Texas for Jasmine Crockett. Policy unseen, policy unheard. I mean, even in her opening speech, she didn't say anything. So yeah, I don't think it's enough for y'all on code on that one because what's more important to a lot of them is pretty much the abortion thing. Look at the court system as far as child support. I mean, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but I mean, look at child support court. Look at all the stuff, some of our women are some of the most unaccountable people in the world, and you cannot change a community. You cannot even do anything with the community unless a person looks at themselves. There are more people. I post on Facebook today. There's some women that are more loyal to the sisterhood than they are the black agenda. Now think how serious, how deep that is. How deep is that? And first of all, if you're so committed to the sisterhood, then you're so committed to what comes along with that. And that certainly ain't family.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead, Ebony. No, you got it, baby.
I just want to say, what does that have to do with our reparations and getting what is owed from our ancestors? I'm not talking about all this stuff. We're talking about a debt that is owed from our ancestors. It has nothing it's not male and female. We are all black and we are all from the lineage, and we all need to get our reparations. All that other stuff doesn't matter.
Well, because those policies are going to be coming with it. So those have to be dealt with. And if you have one side of the community saying, "Hey, we don't agree with that," and you have another side of the community saying, we do want this. So then when it comes down to the person that we are picking for the black community, now we're divided. And how are we going to come to some agreement on that if the women aren't going with the leadership of the men? You know what I'm saying? Like if they just gonna be like, "No, we want this. We want to be able to do this. We want to be able to do what we want." It's gonna clash.
I hear what you're saying. We got to filter those people out. Your argument is that, you said you get 10 melanated sisters together, they're not going to be able to agree. The ones that don't agree with the plan that's moving for what's best for the group, vote them out and then get a new group. You get 10 men together, we more likely gonna get more agreeing, but you're still gonna have some folks that aren't going to agree, and you got to filter them out and bring in the ones that do agree.
I think that I understand what you guys are saying, because there's lots of things that are on the surface level, but we're talking about something that's going to benefit us all. There's not one benefiting more than the other. I honestly, I truly believe in my heart that the majority of black women, if we're talking about reparations for our lineage, will be on code and will be on code in order to get this done. I don't see it because it benefits us all. It's not about one or the other. Like that just seems crazy to me, but I understand where you guys are coming from. I think that we can figure it out because it's for the betterment of our people. This isn't about gender. It's about lineage.
No, I get what you're saying. I think you're right. If we're only talking about the issue is reparations and we just gonna get this person in here for the issue that they fix is reparations, I don't think you're gonna have no black people that disagree with that. Right. But there are other policies and issues that come along with somebody being voted in, and I'll yield there.
If you put 10 people in a room and have this conversation and they can make the decision, let's say 10 women, there'll be 9 women and then there'll be Ebony Dean. So the way they look at it is look at the current system. I don't think women really have black men at heart. I really don't believe that in this modern day. I really do. You can say it all day long. I do not believe it because it shows people show me who they are when there's nothing in it for them. And when something like that is in it for them, I would I from what I've seen, just even from the Ice Cube thing, from the Black Agenda, she spoke for Vivica Fox spoke for a lot of Black women, and that's how they feel. They feel like there is the Black agenda, and then there needs to be their agenda. And so I'm sorry, Ebony. I mean, I'm optimistic. I mean, I would like to believe that that would be something that would happen, but it would not be successful because reparations has to start on. We all have to be together on a lot of things, and for that, for the abortion, big thing is, it's all about the bag. They're all about getting the bag.
Well, this goes
And
back to
The biggest bag. We're talking about the biggest bag is reparations. So why would they not be on code for getting a big bag that's owed to them? Like, that's what I don't understand.
Right. I'll say this, Ebony. I think a lot of them need to be under instruction, man, just like you say. But the problem is that this is an uphill battle. It's hard for me to disagree with these guys on this panel about that because, like you say, about the reparations, I'm sure a lot of them wouldn't be against this, but it's a lot of other things and policies and agendas that would be problematic. This isn't the time where we have the best unity between each other in this era. It's very
I think
tough.
that's what Brother Coel was saying. He was saying that, we bring up reparations, but there's also, it ain't just going to be reparations. There's going to be other stuff attached to it. And that's going to be the disconnect. Like, we all agree reparations, but guess what? Now up under that, you got more conservative views, then you got more liberal views. And that's where the divide will come, most likely.
Exactly. We got family court laws, all type of stuff.
I think it's going to take a generation. At this point,
to deal with.
The adults are too divided. Y'all too divided, men and women. I don't think we could point fingers at either side. It's the community issue. I think we're going to have to teach the kids to get back to family. We're going to have to show them, obviously, but I don't think that's going to happen. So somehow we're going to have to teach them without showing them. And that family is important. And we're going to have to get the marriage rates in the majority because we can't keep sitting here talking about the decisions of single women. We need to have families making decisions. And we can't be worried about what a single woman's going to do because she's going to be erratic. She's going to make wonky decisions. But if we bring back family and the man is the head making most of the decisions, we can, get this thing back right.
But hold tight, Gav. But you got these women leaving their marriages because they're not happy. You follow what I'm saying?
It's going to take the kids. Y'all adults is finished. It's going to take.
It has to be another generation.
They gonna get the reparations. We ain't getting nothing.
But see, what we gotta start. What we gotta start doing. We gotta start teaching our sons how to be husbands, and teaching our daughters to be wives. That's the only way it's gonna happen. If we can't just be going through life teaching them how to be functional adults. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you need to clean up. You know what I'm saying, and be able to cook. And no, hey, son, you working hard right now. You taking the trash out right now. You mowing the lawn right now to teach you hard work so you could be going to work, paying the bills. All right, bet. You 13? All right, bet. Go get a job. Whatever work you do around the house, you working for it. All right. If I had a daughter, it's hopefully, well, not hopefully, her mother will be teaching her, how to clean the house, how to nurture stuff. Not, you need to do all this frivolous stuff to go build a business and all that. No, that's, we need to.
But that goes back to, I think that power is us as a man. We choose the woman we marry. So either we want the IG model with the big booty and the smile, or we want that woman that's going to teach our kids how to clean and cook and how to be a wife. We get to choose, the woman we want raising our children.
And there we go. Again, right back to it. It starts at home. There you go. I know we walking like we talking and we raising our sons and daughters to be good leading husbands. We are raising our daughters to be submissive, feminine women. But yes, that is the order of the day. The men go act like men and the women go act like women, and you are going to get your desired outcomes in return and also help build this community. Yes, that's why I believe in certain social clubs, kind of like what we got over here. You got to get like-minded people together. And coming on YouTube, I have found out it's a lot more like-minded people than this broken world will let us on to believe. I got to throw that in there. I understand that, we see these examples like Vivica and the rest of the Hyena clan stomping out a good brother like Ice Cube.
Yeah, that was wild, man.
Yeah, it was terrible. However,
and you know what? A lot of sisters, what other significant black woman platform did you see going at them? None.
No.
That's what's crazy, man.
Cocktails and Queens.
That's what alarming about it.
You know, and it goes back to Brother Malcolm X. He says our entertainers and athletes cannot be our leaders. So as much as I respect Ice Cube, we cannot send a man named Ice Cube to lead us. Like, we can't do that. As much as respect I got for the man, but it is what it is. That's why I be so hard on the rap culture and all this stuff, because you started out as Ice Cube. Granted, all that made your family change, but that's what people perceive you as. So we need to have more respectable. We need to teach our kids. We don't need no more Ice Cubes and LeBron Jameses. We need more police officers, congressmen, lawyers, doctors, all this stuff to change the culture.
Well, I do think that maybe Ice Cube didn't go into that office with Donald Trump. I think O'Shea represented that day. So, because that's his
perception is reality. So it don't matter. You say, I'm O'Shea. White man is looking at Ice Cube.
Right. Well, I do think that was.
Yeah, he just did it himself. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I think that it was a step, and we can continue on stepping from there. But to all the sisters out there, I want us to be able to prove to our brothers that we can be on code and we can get up under some instruction and we can get to the biggest bag, which is reparations for a debt that is owed for our people and what our ancestors were deleted for. And so all sisters, let's just get on code so that we can make this happen for our people.
I got a question for you, Ebony. If most of the black man said we don't agree with the A word, do you think most black women would go against us or before it?
I mean, I think overall, I think women want to have the choice. But it's, if we're talking about, if you guys are telling us no, or if that's something that you guys are saying that you want us to not be able to do that, I think that it's something that could be discussed. But as far as women having that choice, I do think that the majority would choose to have that. But there are women who listen and are under instruction and who will go along with what
But see, there's the divide, though. There's the divide right there.
I'll say, for the sake of YouTube, that's a rabbit hole. We ain't going down. We ain't going down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'm not even. I'm leaving that one alone. Yeah.
I will say this though. I think if we
hold on, AB.
Shout out to Fresh Chicago. Y'all over it. Young married people must develop homeschooling. There we go. Raise the political people that will do the job. That is a start. My grandchildren are homeschooled. There we go, Frederick Howard. There we go. I'm on that time. Appreciate you, Pat. I'm gonna call you Pat. Says certain melanated women decided that they were a whole different group when Ice Cube had that plan. Do you recall? Yeah, we just talked about it. Appreciate you, Pat. Says great idea, Mr. X. It's a show of power. Appreciate you, Pat, coming through this evening. Says to me, feminism is the problem in the modern black woman's mindset that won't allow the proper order to take place to bring about change in the black family structure.
That part. So here we go. Like I said, this was part one of the discussion. I know it's getting heated up, but we got to get up out of here. We're going to get final thoughts. Y'all got about 30 seconds. What you got?
Hey, can I say this final thing? I said, hey, Everett, if we all got reparations, Bonquisha would still take a nug the child support court for half of his reparations because she'll say he owe her child support. So I'm sorry, I couldn't pass that one up.
Yeah, but you know what? There is going to be some foolery with it, but you know what? There's foolery with the Jews who got stuff for the Holocaust, and there's foolery with the red natives that get money, and there's foolishness with the Japanese that got money. It is what it is. People, this money is owed. It is a debt from our ancestors, and it needs to be paid. Whatever you choose to do with your money, you can do with it. Enough of us are on code to do the right things. So,
amen.
What you got, Triple X?
Hey, fantastic panel. Respect to everybody up here. Great debate. Great conversation. Yeah, I would say this. Ultimately, what I take from this is we have no friends. When we did what we did to, after 100 years, get the Civil Rights Bill passed in 65, and other groups start benefiting from that and coming over here in this country. COINTELPRO was at an all-time high. We getting attacked left and right. Where were those other groups like, hey, you guys aren't doing right by blacks. They've been sacrificing. Where were these groups? These groups were nowhere. The bottom line is, with the exception of an individuals, maybe perhaps within these groups collectively, they're not interested in collaborating. Now, if you want to get your money together and come with your candidate and your agendas, hey, something like that might be possible. Money talks, but you're going to have to buy it. That's how it goes. It's a lot more I can say, but I can see the floor.
There you go. What you got, Brother Cole?
Yeah, shit. We just got to get in their pockets, man, financially. That's the only way we're gonna get in the conversation economically for it to make sense to the rest of the world globally. So that's it.
Appreciate you, Cole. Don't be a stranger, man. Like your point of view, man. For sure, man. Iron sharpens iron. We can't be up here in the echo chamber. Don't be a stranger, brother.
I appreciate it. I'll definitely be back. I told you I subscribe, so I'll be back.
Yes,
sir. Brother. What you got, Sister Ebony?
Reparations for FBA all day. B1, everybody stay on code, and love y'all. Thank you.
Shout out to Sister Ebony, man. Listen here. Consistent. She ain't changed. Y'all can ask her whatever y'all want. Reparations. Next question.
Oh, yeah. And cut the check.
There you go. All that for sure. Shout out to the brother Indigenous Stallion. Says reparations isn't just money. What about the land they stole? $250,000. I buy all the land I need. I ain't gonna hold you.
All right. So listen, awesome show. We appreciate y'all coming up here, kicking it with us tonight.
For sure. Have a good evening.
Yes.
So shout out to the panel, Triple X, Ebony, EV. Appreciate you guys.
Good riddance, EV. Good riddance.
As far as this, like I said, good show tonight. All right. Listen, we're gonna do a part 2, like we said earlier. We needed to know where we came from to see where we going. So this part was where we came from. The next show, we're going to try to come up with some real solutions on this next show.
Solutions. Spoiler alert. I've been seeing too much. I've already sounded the alarm. Dystopian existence. Here we come. Ain't no turning back now. Y'all gonna see. It's about to get real dark. Unfortunately, it's just a time in history. This ain't the first time. We ain't special. You had the Great Depression, the Dust Bowl. You even had the Dark Ages. Huh? Maybe we entered into a new dark age. Brought to you by Skynet, your new local warlord, overwatching everything you do. It's going to get real, real Terminator-ish. You going to see.
There you go. So shout out to the panel. Shout out to Sister Ebony coming up here with her spirit. I'm all for it. Like I said, I ain't turning down on reparations checks, but it's not the first thing I think about when I wake up in the morning, nor do I think anybody, but we deserve it. It's just, I don't put a lot of thought into it. Maybe we all should put more in. And the more we have in these discussions, it does. Like, okay, one think about this, but shout out to Sister Ebony and, people bringing this stuff up here. Definitely enlightening.
Well, y'all see Mr. X shirt. Me and Mr. X, been having reparations on our mind back in the day, and hence the shirt design. The shirt design shows what we believed we were going to have to do to get said reparations. That's the conclusion we came to. That's our conclusion years ago. And I love the new information we're taking in. However, my perspective ain't changed. I still think you got to take the old Monopoly Man approach.
Yeah, you got to kick in the door, wave in the fofo. Rest in peace to Big. But yeah, that's the thing we talked about before is, we in America, man. Good luck. Like I said, even if shout out to Baba T, last time we was up here, him and brother Teal, or what's his name? I forgot your name, brother.
Rachai.
No, the brother 10. Him and brother 10 was
10.
up here, and they said we got to go to international court and all of that. And I say, even if we win in that court, they still got to cut the check. So it's just, OJ lost in that civil court, and he owed them people 30-something million, but they was having a hard time getting that money up out of them. Same thing with Tasha K and Cardi B. So civil court, civilly things is different. All right, you can win some civil ones, still have a hard time getting your prize.
There you go. And see, it's stuff like that that will hinder the process. I don't know if any of you have the misfortune of trying to file some paperwork in the court system, but if you don't file it correctly, they'll just throw it out. They're like, you didn't file this correctly, do it over. And these are the type of obstacles we up against. Like Mr. X said, you got to file it civilly. There's obstacles. I'm not saying it's cool. It's just what it is. We got to make sure we identify ourselves right. Black, FBA, African-American, whatever, Native. We get all these things. They're like, you got to check all these boxes in case y'all want us to consider. And so here we are. We're working. We're learning. And we're taking the steps. Shout out to International Courts. Where they located at? I'm gonna walk in, knock on the door, talk to somebody.
Yeah, that part. So there's people out there much smarter than us that's working on this stuff. And hopefully somebody can lay out a real plan. So a lot of us is just, we spitballing right now. But somebody that's really intelligent. I know we say Ice Cube had a plan and, different things, but we need to get behind it then. I know y'all was talking about Cornel West was an independent. Nobody, like I said, we need to gather this data and get prepared for the future. We need to, understand the past and what has happened, but we can't live there. I'm not living in the past. I live in the future. That's part of my problem, so I can't stay in the past. I don't. That's one of my strengths. I move forward. I'm always trying to move forward.
Amen. Same here. Like rest in peace to my grandmother. She lived in the past. Every time I would go see her, she talked about stuff in the past. And I would try to make her stop. And she wouldn't. And she would just keep going back to the past. What coulda, shoulda, woulda. And like Mr. X said, no, hell no. Excuse me. There's nothing there. Learn from those experiences, but I shall not dwell there. That's depression. She was depressed. May she rest in peace. But living in the future, that brings about a certain amount of anxiety. I keep saying this. And being able to live in the present is indeed a gift. But yeah, I'd rather live in the future. And so when we had these conversations, I'm like, what are we going to do to act on this new information in the future? And right now it's just a blank. I got nothing. So I'm like, we'll keep having the conversations. Hopefully and I hate to say hopeful, but hopefully we are part of the solution.
That part.
Appreciate you, brother Evie Ray. Says, hey, Walker, go play in traffic. A good race. Appreciate you, brother. I got to mess with you.
So we appreciate y'all coming up here tonight. Shout out to the Truth Over Lies family. We'll be back up here Thursday night for SBC Madness at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Make sure y'all there.
Be there or be square. And it's upcoming Friday, third Friday of the month. We will be having our live Patreon show. If you ain't part of the Patreon at this point, then you ain't black and you missing out on a lot of exclusive content as next year goes on. If you ain't part of Patreon, that's for you because it's going to get wild. Stay tuned.
That part. So, man, another crazy show. We'll be, like I said, be back up here Thursday. Make sure we caught up. Shout out to everybody came through supporting the show tonight. It was just a crazy show. I'm trying to get my bearings. I'm just sitting here listening. I like to listen more than I talk, especially something I ain't about to be speaking out of ignorance. So I like to make my points sharp and concise. But some of y'all, and that's another thing, we can't get on board. A lot of us is taking in a lot of different information. So I think that's part of the problem. We don't have a news network that we all sit around and watch. A lot of us is taking in information all over the place. A lot of people watching it. And I remember being there back in the day. And a lot of that stuff was, molding my opinions and, had us ready to up the pole and ready to go fight. But you got to sit back and, detach from some of that. Some of that stuff can be toxic. When you're watching people I mean, because they're trying to put a battery in your back. You ask them, what are you doing? Are you out on the streets? If they ain't out on the streets doing the work, keep an eye on them because they trying to put a battery in your back.
There you go. And I, like Mr. X said, I acknowledge that some of us just gotta go through those growing pains. I had that battery in my back, like a little damn toy soldier, ready to crash out, what I'm saying, for an unestablished cause. And then you just gotta you play it out, and then you realize what's the best move forward. And that's why I always say that I learned that this is not checkers. This ain't move for move. No, this is chess. It may not look like I'm doing anything right now, but a thinking mind is not idle. Just be smart in our progress towards reparations and our 40 acres and a mule, baby.
That part. So
shout out to Brother EV. Says a battery is better than an Android in my pocket. EV, I hope you stub your toe every day for the rest of this year. Enjoy it.
And shout out to the brother Chris. All right. He said, FYI, the fraud in Minnesota is up to $3 billion. All right. He was the first guy to blow the whistle on the Single by Choice channel. He tried to come for us, but we have since made amends. You was the first guy to blow the whistle on this whole Africans in Minnesota stealing, but still yet, we ain't the guys to break the story. That's all.
There you go. Appreciate you.
You hit on this. You was the first person talking about it.
There you go.
But yeah, you was asking us. We don't know much about it. So you should have emailed us.
Man, $3 billion. Ooh, what's that? The Somalians?
Yeah, there you go. He was on that Somalian a couple months ago. But you was over on the Single by Choice channel, whole deal. But we have since. Yeah, we have since.
Yeah, he came up. He's on the panel.
Yeah, he came up here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother. Don't be a stranger, man. Come back up.
But nonetheless, make sure y'all subscribe to the Patreon. We'll be back up here Thursday. Until then, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Carpet for the Horse Productions.
A good evening.